Hello, everybody, and welcome to round two of the Prague Chess Festival 2022. We saw a fantastic day of chess yesterday in both the Masters and the Challengers section. A lot of decisive results as expected. One of the most exciting things about this tournament is actually just how dynamic a lot of the players are, and you know the expectancy there is for decisive results. And a lot of players yesterday will be quite disappointed with their performance. So the big question is, will they be able to bounce back in round two? I'm joined as always by the one and only Lizzie Petz. Lizzie,
Hi,
yesterday.
Lawrence.
Hi, Lizzie. It was an interesting day of chess yesterday, but a lot of, I would say, surprising errors for this level. I mean, when I think of, for example, Paco Vallejo not converting his position, or David Anton with this catastrophic opening, that was quite unusual for me.
Oh, well, we have to understand that some of the players actually didn't play much chess in the past 2 or 3 years. And especially when it comes to the hour 3 or 4 in the game, then pressure and keeping the pressure under emotional control, let's say, is much harder when you're not used to play and when you have less practical experience. So I think in case of Paco, this could have been one of the major reasons why yesterday, when actually he achieved the totally winning position, but ended hours 3, 4 with some time pressure behind his back, I guess this could have been, well, the reason why he eventually missed his chance to convert the victory.
It was quite a big miss, though, because it wasn't like there was just one way to convert. The position was so winning for so long. For me, that was very surprising. We'll see if he gets back today, Paco. Let's go through the pairings. We'll start from the very top in the Masters section. Board one is the all-Czech clash, Lizzie. David Navarra against Win. David winning yesterday in a messy game against David Anton, playing against Win with the white pieces. He should be quite confident today, shouldn't he?
Well, of course, he had a very good start with the first game actually, and now again having the white pieces. I guess he took number one. That's why he's white again. That should be the reason, I guess. So it's not bad if you're first of all getting the number one number of the tournament, and second, like having two whites and starting with a win is already like a very good signal that this tournament is going to be well. So, I mean, he's a favorite in this match, of course, but Win is a very solid player and a good defender as far as I can tell from what I've seen from him. So I suppose if David doesn't get an edge in the opening, it will be very hard to outplay his opponent.
Okay, yeah. Lizzie, we just need you to turn your mic down ever so slightly, if possible.
Is my mic too loud?
Too loud.
It's funny because one
just
second.
A little bit. While you do that, I will talk about the second game of the Masters, which is the game between the Iranian superstar Parham Maghsoodli playing white against Liam Lequang, who also had a fantastic win yesterday, beating, not his countryman, but the country he resides in, the US, beating Sam Shankland, last year's winner, in another interesting game where Sam kind of just got into some complications and all of a sudden things went very wrong. Parham with the white pieces today will be looking to pressurize. I think that could be a very interesting game, actually. After that, Vallejo Pons against Hari Krishna. I hate to say it, two of the old guard now, Lizzie. I mean, I consider anybody over 35, 36, 37 with, I look at these young guys. Yeah, I'm including myself in that group. They've been around for over 20 years now, these guys playing top chess. Vallejo, very disappointing not to win black yesterday. He plays Hari Krishna. I expect a very, very quiet game in this round. I expect Vallejo not to do anything too crazy and just try and build some rhythm. What do you think?
Well, I guess it's hard to say, to be frank with you.
Okay.
So it's well.
You never know with Paco. I mean, he sometimes he can play all kinds of styles, of course, but I just have the feeling today that it's going to be a bit more of a quiet game. Let's see. After that, Sam Shankland White against Salem, uh, who also, of course, you know, had a very interesting day yesterday because he was completely losing for hours, it seemed, and then magicked a draw, playing black against Sam Shankland, who lost yesterday. So that's an interesting dynamic there. Sam will be looking to bounce back immediately with the white pieces for sure. Let's see if Salem manages to combat that. And then afterwards, the last game of the Masters, David Anton playing against Vidit. Vidit also with a very disappointing loss yesterday against Hari Krishna. Didn't quite work out the opening. Hari Krishna's B4 in the opening was very, very nice. So two losers playing against each other. We'll see how that one goes. David Anton with the white pieces. In the challengers, Vincent Kmar got off to a great start yesterday, beating Hracek in a very convincing game. He has white again against Sashi Kiran, so he'll be looking to put back-to-back victories. Max Varmadam had a very tough game against Krishna and Sashi Kiran yesterday, managed to draw, playing against Pechak with the white pieces. Abdusaturov white against Michalik. This is definitely a game that Abdusaturov is eyeing up to win. Yuri Stocek playing Hans Niemann, and then we have Hracek versus Krisadnovsky. So again, some very interesting matchups there. The games have started. The openings are just landing on the board. Lizzie, I will give you the honors as always. Where do you want to go first?
Well, I think we should stay with this.
Oh, I can't hear you now at all.
Well, I'm trying to tone it lower, and now you don't hear me at all.
At all. Let's turn you up again if we can.
So you can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. So this should be hopefully now okay, because I got lower as requested, but I'm not sure if I'm too low now.
We will see. Maybe we might need to. Oh, no, this is nice. Excellent. Okay.
Okay.
Great. So, where would you like to go first? Any openings that.
Well, there are a lot of interesting openings. And actually, I'm curious what is going to happen in the first pairing of David Navarra against Van, because here actually it might be a Taimanov, it might be still a Sveshnikov, and unlikely it will be a Paulsen.
Yeah, I mean, this opening via this move order can transpose into a lot of things. Well, of course, we're assuming that Navarra is going to play d4. It's not the only move here. G3, B3 are both moves. C3 is a move. Knight C3 is a move. So all kinds of ways for Navarra to proceed here. So
actually, I'm not sure whether actually Navarra is already surprised because I think Van usually plays the Najdorf more often, and also maybe e4, e5. So this could be, of course, in certain kind of ways a surprise already, which may be actually the reason why he's thinking.
Again, I don't know when, and I don't know his repertoire. I don't know much about his game, but for David to be thinking already is quite a surprise if he didn't expect 2e6 basically. Yes, so we can come back to that. Well, we do have a very interesting game in Shankland against Salem. I think we should go there. What do you think?
Yes, also Salem already proved to be very dynamic.
Yes.
Sam, I think, is not a totally like harakiri player, but
Yes.
I think he can. I mean, they all can, of course, but some like it more, some like it less. It's a knight of his knight g4, I suppose, right?
Yeah, it's a knight off with knight g4. So we have a Sicilian mainline a6. And now Sam decides to go with bishop e3, which is, of course, one of the main moves. And we now see Salem playing the move knight to g4. This was a very popular opening in the 90s, wasn't it? Where you saw a lot of Kasparov games, a lot of Anand games, Topalov games. It stopped being super popular for some reason. And of course, in this position, Sam plays bishop g5. The famous drawing line is just to repeat, where you see lots
I
of.
tried this recently, but my opponent didn't like it.
So your opponent played bishop g5.
No, she played bishop c1, and after knight f6,
Oh.
she decided to play bishop e2.
Oh, she just didn't even want to go for it. Okay, so bishop g5 is the critical way, unless, of course, yeah, as you say, you can repeat and try another variation. But if you want to keep true to this variation, and the point is here that after bishop g5, black kicks the bishop and kicks the bishop again, bishop g3, bishop g7. And it's in this position here, which where white has tried a lot of moves. H3 is by far the most popular. Kicking the knight, and this is the true dilemma for black, right? Where do you put the knight on e5 or f6?
I think it's knight e5, no, isn't it usually? Or is it even
Yes,
a move
it
like
is.
queen?
I mean, knight f6 has definitely been played though at top level. I know Artemiev has tried it. I don't trust it so much. I had a look at it a while ago, so it doesn't surprise me that knight e5 was played by Salem. And now in this position, white has tried again many things. A move like f3 stabilizing, allowing the bishop to come here is possible. Lots of moves have been tried, but the move knight f5 is by far the most played, using this weakness on f5 to hit the bishop. You really have no other option apart from to take on f5.
Yes,
Bishop
take
takes
on
f5,
f5.
e takes f5. And now comes a move which does surprise me.
Knight bd7?
Because for ages I thought the move knight bc6 was the move, and there's some heavy theory in this line after knight d5, e6. I think takes knight e3 and queen a5 check. Some very deep theory. There's all kinds of sacks here and everything.
I think
knight
it's queen, knight f3 check and bishop takes c3 stuff like this, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. But knight b to d7 is a move I am not so familiar with, I will have to confess.
Well, the idea of knight bd7, I think, is that if you bring your rook to c8, then the sacrifice, the positional or tactical, however you call it, on c3 is, of course, in that position, compared to the knight on c6, where rook takes c3 patterns simply don't work. Right. And if white wants to castle alongside, then actually it makes a huge difference between the knight on d7 and knight on c6, which automatically refers to the fact that maybe with the knight on d7, you prefer to castle short side because you don't want to deal with the mess of rook takes c3. As in the line with knight g4 in general, one of the main, merits is that black risks let's say a shaky pawn structure on the king side, but on the other hand, the diagonal of the black bishop on g7 is a lot stronger as we lured the white's bishop to g3. So the benefit is you play on a strong diagonal for a long run. The disadvantage is that you have a weaker pawn structure, and usually it's not clear where the black's king will develop. So there are plus and cons of this opening.
Pros and cons, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I also think that talking about a specific move order, this is a tricky line, knight b7, because I think if white goes knight d5 now, which he does against knight bc6, I don't think that this is a good idea, because now black can actually play the move knight b6. And this is a very annoying move to meet, actually.
Can I
So
play
that,
f6 here?
sorry?
Can I play f6 in this moment?
I mean,
Probably
you
it's not enough compensation because
probably,
you
I mean,
take
if
with
I
a pawn and
take,
you have
yeah,
f5, but I was
yeah.
thinking,
I
yeah,
think
it's,
I think Navarra actually played knight b6 before, and I think that's why they played bishop e2 like Sam did, and rook c8, and this is fairly standard. And we have a very dynamic position where castles, and so here white castled, black castled. This is all fairly standard. Um, and now I believe a very interesting move is to play h4 here with white to try and create some weaknesses on the king side. For example, after h4, what does black do here?
well,
Knight
even if the
c4
h,
is an,
yes, but even if the h file opens up, it's not the end of the world, right?
well, but no, it's not. But just to give an example, I'm gonna have to shut my door as you can hear the sirens. Just to give an example, after knight f6, can I take and go queen c1? Is this a bit annoying?
Well, I can I play queen b6 and tell like I don't care?
Queen b6. Yeah, you could do, I guess, targeting this pawn. But yeah, I mean, black is very active, no?
Yes, it's very, I mean, like you can play, of course, rook b1, but then in the worst case, I think I can even afford g4, no?
g4. And if I go queen g5,
Do you have any bad threat but taking a pawn with bishop e5 and bishop g4, right?
well, no, I'm not even sure I want to do that.
Wait, no, I can't take on c3 and play knight
No.
e4, but the pattern was there.
The pattern is there, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. It's a strange position. Black's king is just a little bit weak. You know, that's my only concern. Anyway, none of this happened. So what do we know? Instead, it went rook e1, not h4, and knight f6, and this is the position we have on the board. Oh, and another quick move. Incredible. Just playing at breakneck speed. Bishop takes e5, d takes e5. So Sam makes a huge decision to give up this bishop. And what does he want to do? Put the bishop on f3?
Well, he will play on the white squares and would claim that the bishop on g7 will be a bad or sad piece forever. So,
but I mean, I want to go e4 here so bad.
Yes, I think this is like the logical response if it works actually, and if you get enough compensation. Because let's say I take with, it's even not clear with what I will take.
Yes.
But let's assume I first take with a knight.
Yeah, and now, I mean, I have this option, but I was thinking, can I take here first?
And then c2 is hanging.
Yeah, and then c2 is hanging, and black has to be more than fine.
Yes, black is fine here. I mean, there's no risk at all.
And if you take with the bishop, now I have some really interesting stuff because I can take on d1.
I take with the rook, not with that one.
Rook a.
Yeah.
And if I take here?
Yes, I take probably with a rook. And then maybe in the rook ending, if you have to take on c3, I take, and let's assume you take, even though this is not clear. I take on b7. No, this should be draw.
It should be a draw, yeah.
Unless I have rook d6 and claim some kingside attack, but probably it's not. The rook g6 check is not helping. Yeah, maybe. No, but
feels
I can play
like
rook a7, but still it feels rather. Even though I'm not sure, but
I don't think you win that very often. I mean, even here I can go rook a5. Oh, you go g4, sorry.
Yes, but I think you can play a5, a4 and sacrifice this pawn and claim that 3 against 4 is a draw, which should be the case.
Yeah, this has to be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam didn't do that. He played bishop d3. So what do we know? So my question now is, of course, why is e4 the same thing?
No,
The
we
answer
keep the
is
queens on the board.
yes.
And if you keep the queens on the board with opposite colored bishops, then it's really important who's attacking the opponent's king first. And this
Yeah,
could
this is
be what actually white is hoping for.
actually the bishop should probably go to f6. But now I have queen h5 ideas. No, I can see it. I can see the initiative developing here for white.
White plays on two results. I mean, hardly a risk to
Yes.
lose, hardly. But yeah, convenient advantage. Actually, there's a very cool game between Anton and Vidit.
Yeah, I was about to say, look at what we have got here. Now, this is super interesting because I actually looked at this a while ago from the white side, but I can't remember my analysis. So I'm curious as to what happened. So we had a Petrov with 3d4, knight takes e4, and d takes e5. This is all fairly standard.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is that in this position, especially at top level, the move pawn to d5 is the most played move by a million miles. This is the classic move, d5, played by all the top players. And the main line here goes knight b d2, trying to hit this knight. And after knight takes d2, white has got this very interesting move, queen takes d2.
To get the queen to f4 and to claim that you have some initiative in terms of a kingside attack later on.
Exactly. But incredibly, Vidit plays the move bishop c5, which you have to look at before you play this move.
Obviously.
You have to know about this. And for years, my understanding was that you couldn't play this move because white has got this response, bishop to c4. Should be pointed out that the move queen d5 also looks very tempting. Looks like one of those Scotch gambits that wins for white. But after bishop takes f2 check, king e2, black has got the move f5.
Do you know that, or did you?
Yes.
You knew it.
I've looked at this. I remember even looking at this exact position after a game of mine, and this particular position is just. I don't think white equalizes in this position. Let me put it like that, because if you take on f6, I play knight takes, and the point is queen e5 check. I have king f7. And you can't take on f2 because of knight g4 check. And my understanding is that after knight g5, you can just put the king on g6. And again, it's been a while since I looked at it with the computer, but
yeah,
with rook e8 coming and knight g4 check, I don't believe white equalizes in this line after queen d5. So that's why David Anton played the move bishop to c4, which is the only other real move. And now we reach this incredibly long forced line. You can't take on f2 with the bishop. This really is bad now because on king f1, I'm going queen d5 next and it's all over. So you have to play knight takes f2. And then we get this very long forced line. White counter sacrifices with bishop takes f7, king takes f7, queen d5 check, and king to g6. This is, again, pretty much all forced. I think king e8 has been tried, but there's something about this move that isn't very good, I don't think.
Well, to be honest, like I don't like black's position at all, and it doesn't matter where you go with the king.
I mean, but the point is it either works or it doesn't, right? So, I mean, you are a rook up here, full rook, but you need to know what you're doing. Now, after knight takes h1, here David Anton played the move knight to c3 and h6. This is all well known. I guess the point is that
you need to square for the king to come back, right?
Yeah, he needs a place for the king. For example, the move d6, which is the only other really sensible move. I think white now plays queen c4, And you have to be very careful here with black, because also this check now exists thanks to the queen protecting. Yeah, you could lose here very quickly.
Yes, because now h6 is actually not working anymore, because I have queen e4 check, and after bishop f5 there's knight h4 check. And this might be one difference, and the others, maybe you have still king f7, but still.
But this has to be losing. Queen
No, I mean king f7 instead of bishop f5, of course, but
here king f7.
okay, but on the other hand, I can simply go bishop f4. I develop after king f7, and I try to get your knight.
Yeah, if I can castle queenside next.
Well, this is not clear because of knight f2. Maybe bishop e3 for this reason makes more sense. Bishop e3 here and long castle, and I think if I manage that, it's game over.
Yeah, and you might actually have knight h4 check immediately, no?
Well, I don't like it in terms of stability. I mean, by intuition, that's the position, right? Is it this position right now?
Yeah.
H6,
Instead of queen e4 check, I'm wondering, can you go knight h4?
I know here actually this might be even stronger. Yes.
No, because I can't remember. I mean, I vaguely remember something. I don't know. I know there's at least a draw here for white, right? So king h7, queen e4, and this is a draw.
This could be but I think white wants more than a draw.
He probably wants more. He probably wants more.
Also,
but anyway, I mean, Vidit played the move that I remember, which is h6, which is definitely the correct move. And here also, I think David Anton played the correct move, which is to bring the queen back to c4. Yes, you need this queen on a light square. Queen to c4. And now the move knight to c6 is unfamiliar to me. So this is the first move, and this is why David Anton is now thinking, because from what I remember, black played king h7 immediately.
And you have the perpetual if you want to, or something like that?
Yes, and after queen e4 check, my question is after g6.
Bishop e3?
Yeah, you can play bishop e3, but maybe actually knight d5, no?
Knight d5 looks better, actually, a lot better. Yeah, true.
Yeah, and maybe you still follow up with bishop e3 castles, but you're right, if you win this knight in the corner, it's kind of game over, right?
Yeah.
King is too weak. So knight c6 is not, I don't remember this. I don't remember this. I simply just, that said, no, I can't recall what's going on here. But, you know, there's absolutely no way that Vidit enters this without knowing it inside out. And I have to say, I'm a bit worried for David Anton.
Because he lost yesterday, and today he's suffering like a very concrete position, which he is not prepared compared to his opponent.
Exactly. So Vidit absolutely knows this, and David Anton needs to know the particulars. For example, in this position here, is queen e4 check acceptable? Is queen d3 check acceptable? Is there some other move?
I mean, can actually black avoid a perpetual check? He can, but of course, but...
Let's say check.
King f7. Now queen d5 check.
Yeah, because queen c4, you play d5 very quickly. And bishop e6.
Yes, true. Probably, yeah.
So queen b5, king f8.
I mean, if you want to play for win, you have to play king f8.
Or king e8. King e8, no, king e8 feels...
But then actually, I think after bishop e3 and long castle, I don't see what you want to do here.
Well, what if I go...
I long castle anyway. And take the piece.
Okay, long castles. Let's say knight e7.
Okay, queen d2. I'm happily playing that.
But is this so clear, Lizzie? Because like you don't really have mate. Yeah, I put the king on g8.
I don't have two pieces against the rook yet.
No.
I saw that. Yes, no, I didn't. I never checked the material. I saw like we didn't sacrifice a
No, I
rook,
have a
but
whole
the
rook.
exchange. Okay. That's of course a different story. Yet I think it's playable.
I mean, this is playable for black, no?
Well,
It feels like that. I mean, again, I'm not sure there's many room. The problem is I'm not sure there's much room for feelings in this position, if I can use that expression.
I understand, but that's why actually like it would be interesting to see whether black is playing for win with exactly this position we have now, or whether black is actually in this case accepting the draw because he knows the computer evaluation, and obviously Vidit knows what is the evaluation of this position because he must calculate what to do in case his opponent tries to give perpetual check or to force him to take this decision.
Right.
But here I can imagine that since you cannot take on e5, I mean, like you have to play some move with a bishop, I guess, or king g8.
Yeah, I mean, you can play king g8, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, this was just one variation, right? I mean, this is so is the check necessary? Another move here that I remember is you can play knight d5 to play knight f4 check. I remember this being an idea sometimes, but again, I don't know if exactly here it's right. Also, you have ideas like king h7, knight f6 check, and actually you can lose quickly as black. This is a very cute checkmate. And obviously after king here, you're getting mated in ways you didn't believe was possible.
Yeah, but it's a mate already, no?
Yeah, it's mate. So maybe knight d5 is also interesting here. But again, I expect Vidit to know his stuff.
No, I'm sure that in this position exactly he checked queen e4, queen d3, knight d5, and bishop e3. And maybe knight h4. That's what I would do if I was black.
Yes.
So maybe we go further to the next
position.
position.
Yeah, let's go to another game. We'll keep an eye on that.
We have Parham and we have Paco.
Yes, let's quickly check Paco against Hari Krishna. And they are playing a very calm game, a slow Italian with a5. A very quick knight a3, which is very popular to put the knight on b5 or on c2. Paco decides to put the knight on b5. Well, looks like they all look the same to me, these positions, Lizzie.
Yes, I can imagine that they are quite similar.
I can't get excited about any Italian game. I just can't. I mean, isn't this just fine for black?
No, I mean, usually this kind of lines nowadays with a5 and the Italian became more popular than with a pawn on a6.
Yes.
So that's why I think, I mean, first of all, Hari Krishna is not upset about the draw. Second of all, I think Paco today doesn't push too much because he had a kind of sad experience the day before. So from the psychological or like, let's say, tactical point of view, it's a good idea for Paco not to risk too much today. And even if he makes the draw, then at least he overcame, at least what you believe, he overcame the first round.
I totally agree with you. I think that, that yesterday was a bit of a traumatic experience for Paco, actually, to not win that. And so he's going to just try and play a normal game. And if he gets an advantage he can work with, then great. And if not, then not. And
indeed, yeah,
it's not a big deal. So, yeah, I mean, the impression of this position is a bit strange to me. I guess the big question is that, I mean, here is black. obviously there are a few ideas as black, but one of the main ideas is to be able to kick this knight away with c6, right?
Yes, knight e7, knight g6, c6, d5. D5,
Exactly.
d5 is not like totally necessary, but knight e7, of course, is logical. And also, like the moment the knight goes away from c6, of course, like d4 would be the most logical reply from the white's point of view.
Yeah, and that's exactly my concern, and is that if white can play this successfully, suddenly everything makes sense because you can't go c6 easily now because white can just take on e5.
And if you recapture on e5, then knight e6 is coming,
Yeah.
and there is some pressure which you may not like.
Yeah. So, and also c takes b5, e takes f6, b takes c4 has to be checked actually.
Yes, but still, like positionally speaking, I have the better minor piece, and I think white is close to be positionally winning, I think.
Yeah, this is horrible for black. All these pawns, oops. All of these pawns are weak. This is a horrible position. Fantastic knight on d4. So that's why Hari Krishna, in my opinion, is not playing knight e7 because he sees d4. And so he needs to find another way. But it's not easy to find another way. So maybe this is some very clever preparation by Paco to get a position, either this position or something similar, where he understands it's not easy for black to actually complete it. I mean, bishop g4 does come to mind as a move. I'm always very skeptical about this move, but maybe it's okay. And if h3, the question is, do I want to give it up?
Usually you don't, and usually you don't want to go to h5 either, because then this bishop never plays and takes part in the game. The best square for this bishop is mostly e6.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not sure you need to move bishop g4 here, because h3 actually in this position would
Really
help white.
Yeah, it definitely helps white. But if you go bishop e6, I'm very worried here that
Why?
this particular trade is going to be unpleasant for black.
If let's assume, okay, even if I don't take, it's not clear because the pawn on e5 and e6 are not such bad pawns in terms of central control.
Yeah.
But if I take on d4, how you want to recapture?
I'm not completely sure, but let me just go with the pawn just to start.
Okay, if I play d5, you may even take.
I can take.
Or if you take, I take with a queen.
No. C7.
I can't take with a queen. Okay, then actually, if I have to take with a pawn, then white should be better.
Yeah.
Because I play queen e2 and I have long-term pressure in the center.
Yeah.
No,
Queen
of course,
C2
like yes.
also.
No,
this is not pleasant. This is
yes.
This is not. Yeah, this is why this position is actually just a little bit annoying. To find a route to equality here is not completely clear to me.
Maybe I start with rook e8 or something.
But then you're a little bit with, now you always have to think about this move.
But if I now play bishop e6, I can take with a rook on e6.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry, I'm blundering a pawn, am I?
e4 might be hanging. Not clear, because you can take with a b knight and attack b7.
Yeah, even positions like that are. Yeah, even this could be better for white. No, this is why, you know, as somebody who's played e5 most of his life, these are the positions I really dread. These are the positions I hate playing with black, because it feels like you're totally stable and it feels like you're okay, but then suddenly you have to find a really precise way, and if you don't, you could just be a lot worse. And clearly that's not what you want. Okay, let's come back to this. Let's go to
Makazotlu, no, we haven't been there.
Magsudlu, yeah. So we go to Magsudlu,
It
and
was an
he has an
interesting opening.
extremely interesting position against Le Quang. So let's see how it started. It was a Catalan with
Mhm.
bishop b4 check, bishop d2 a5, famous system.
Mhm.
Bishop g2 castles, and now queen c1.
Queen c1 is unusual because main line here in this position is either to play queen c2 or a3.
Yes,
But queen c1 I haven't seen before.
queen c1. So the difference between putting the queen on c2 and c1 is what?
The difference must be related to the variation with c5, because if you play now d takes c4, for example, then I can still play a3. And I
So d takes c4, a3.
Yes, and if you capture and play b5, oh Jesus, now I have to remember my theory point. I can play a4, no? I know, but here after a4 there is not. Yeah, to be frank with you, I don't remember.
Interesting, no?
Yeah.
There has to be some difference between why queen c1 or queen c2.
One difference is related maybe to the square on g5.
Mm-hmm. But it's very deep, no? Like
there is
it's
a
move.
difference, of course, but I'm not sure which one. But usually, like after queen c1 or even queen c2, I think one of the common moves is c5. And after
Even here, you mean?
Even here, I don't know. With the queen on c2, I think this is like one of the main lines.
Okay.
Then you take on d4, I take on d5, and you take with a pawn back, and you play knight c6, and you play the structure.
So queen c2, c5.
c5, you take on d5.
Yes.
And I take on d4.
Oh, right. Okay.
And after
yes.
knight takes d4, you play e takes d5. And then after, I think, knight c3, knight c6, you play this kind of structure with taking on c6 and short castle, if I'm not mistaken.
And you play against these hanging pawns, no?
Yes, and it could be that at some point the queen on c1 is in one regard better than the queen on c2, but this, frankly speaking, I don't remember. I mean, I have to check my files to answer this question.
Okay. Well, interestingly, Le Quang wasn't surprised by this. He played bishop e7, castles, knight d7, and bishop f4. So very standard, c6, rook d1. I mean, this whole position is standard, except the queen is normally on c2. So let's see, b6, knight c3, bishop a6, and b3.
Yes.
Rook c8. Yeah, this is all fairly standard. I mean, you could get this position with the queen on c2 very comfortably, but we have it on c1.
And now that we see one difference, because now after d takes c4, bishop f1, you cannot take on b3.
Wow, that's the difference.
Well, this could be one of the differences. Not sure this is the main difference, but this is already like an obvious, visible difference.
Let's just make that clear. So if the queen was on c2, what Lizzie is saying is that when we go e4, d takes c4, one key idea is to go bishop f1 pinning, but when the pawn takes on b3, you hit the queen on c2, but now that's no longer the case.
It could be a difference.
I think it has to be the clear difference.
Maybe for this line, queen c1 is coming in handy, but I think for the other lines, if you don't play this kind of typical Catalan closed structure stuff,
right,
but play with c5, I'm not sure.
No, but this is really well thought out, Lizzie. And I have to say, after e4, d takes e4 and bishop f1, b5. We have a very tense affair because effectively white is saying, I've got the big center, I've got the space.
But black will play b4 and try to, black now will play b4 and try to sneak the pawn on e4.
b4.
Yes, because
Yeah, and
queen
if I
takes it.
move, he can take, no?
That's, I guess. I mean, here you have like even e5 as a candidate move. And play this. If you take on c3, I take on f6, and let's say bishop takes, and after queen takes c3, I have c5.
Yeah, you have c5.
Not sure I have to take. I can maybe play first c5 here with white.
That's a nice move.
Because you don't have knight f6, knight d5 quickly. But
I like this.
Yeah, still not
Yeah, and
clear.
you fix some weaknesses.
Yes, you have to take on f1. Probably the king takes, and
no, this looks very pleasant for white.
This should be better for white, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I like this a lot. Brilliant. Very nice opening idea here by Parham Magsudlu. We'll keep an eye on it very quickly. In the Navarra game, we saw him think for a while, but he went for the 3G3 line, knight c6, bishop g2, knight f6, and d3. This is a line that Gawain Jones played with quite a lot of success.
Yes, usually queen e2 is the main line, not d3. And after queen e2, they play e5.
Yeah, this is the problem with this line, no?
Yeah.
Is that e5 looks like actually quite a good move, which is why I think they started to go d3, d5, queen e2, and I really like the way I really like this system by Navarra, which is to go bishop e7, castles, and he plays very much in Mickey Adams and
Fischer attack.
Yeah, but with this e5 c4, so rather than the king's Indian attack main,
yes.
but to put this pawn on c4. And if I remember correctly, this is the way that Gawain recommends it. And yeah, I mean, it's just a very interesting position. Very, very unbalanced structure. And
yes, for black, it's more difficult than for white. White will play knight c3 in the next move and see if d4 is happening or not. Then he gets at some point the square on d4. Maybe he has to be precise, but also like, what is black doing here? Rook e8, making a waiting move. That could be clever.
Rook e8, d4 committing is also possible, although I'm not such a fan of it. But he already played a move.
A6 also makes sense, because if you play something like knight b6, then knight c3 is coming, and you can never play d4 because of knight e4, and you lost the grip on e5.
So against a6, what are you supposed to do here as white? Well, clearly the main move is just to go knight c3.
But after d4, where you want to go?
d4, knight a4. It looks like a reverse King's Indian.
And after b5, you have knight d2 as a trick, but this looks like you still may lose a piece, no?
Yeah, I'm not really sure that this works for white after b5.
I would suggest not to go knight c3, but to go either h4 with the idea of bishop f4, which is kind of logical, and then see what's going on.
a6. Interesting move. And if black goes b5, you just want to protect with b3.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah. Even so, I'm not sure you need to protect currently.
That's true.
Because it's not yet hanging. And if you take twice, I think
you could just go bishop f4 anyway, right?
Maybe, because if you take twice, well, you lose the square e4 and you have a bad pawn structure. I mean, you can, but I think after d takes e4, even like knight a3 could be interesting or something.
Yes. No, this looks too loose for black. I mean, I don't think you can play like... And he did go h4. Well done, Lizzie. He did go h4. Nice move.
I mean, he wants bishop f4, but maybe bishop f4 instantly. Who knows if you can play g5, you know? I didn't want to check that out.
You just go g5
and
g4, and that's it. I've had games like this, and you can just do this. Now, h4 is essential. This is a nice move by Navarra. No, it could be a very interesting game.
Let's go to the challengers, no?
Yeah, let's have a look at the challenges. What have we got? Well, a very quiet. I mean, the Vincent. Honestly, I think he would be my worst opponent in the history of chess.
Because
I
he
think
would
I would.
bore you to death.
Sorry.
He will bore you to death.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I have to play these positions as black against this guy every day for eternity. It would just be my nightmare.
But you
Because
know, actually,
yeah,
this kind of style, like which you see here in Vincent games, it's also more or less the main style of Magnus Carlsen. And it turns out that the quite positional approach, like and being very good in techniques and in maneuvering and in slowly improving the game, is the most successful one in order to become like a super super strong player. And this is not only in men's chess. I saw the same phenomenon in women's chess, because let's say our top players, apart from Hu Yifan, who is very dynamic, so number 2 is Gayashkina, and she has the same style.
does she?
Yes, she's playing very quiet positional, very strong in maneuvering and technical issues. She doesn't play much of dynamics unless she's forced to. But this is a very successful style because you hardly lose, and you win here and there your games. And that's why this style actually, it turns out, like if you want to become like a super super strong player, then this style is actually paying off the most.
I just can't ever see me playing like this.
No, I know that you would be like rather on the roots of Shirov's style, but Shirov actually with his style, he's very aggressive. He can also have a lot of counters, and then he may lose more games.
Yes, that's true. Okay, well, we have just a very standard, nothing really to comment on right now. Nothing's going on. Double fianchetto, closed position. Let's see. We do have action though on the second board. Max Varmadan against Pechak, and we have another Reti. It started, and we have a Grunfeld fianchetto by transposition. And here, of course, the move c takes d5 was the move forever, and knight e5. And black has been doing well. So Varmadan, who's just such a great theoretician, decides to go knight c3, d takes e4, e4. Very much in Magnus Carlsen. I think Magnus played this exact line. Was it against Mamajarov the other day?
Oh, I don't know.
I think it was this exact line.
But in Blitz or Rapid, not in a classical game, or?
No, that was in Norway Chess. That was in...
It was now.
Yeah, it was literally just now. And with extensive work, you give up the pawn, but if you really go deep into these positions, you realize that the initiative is just really long-lasting for white. And so I expect this variation to become basically the main line of this.
Do I have to take on c4?
Well, what else do you want to do?
I don't know. I'm just asking because, like, I used to play these positions also with black sometimes. So I was wondering if I can play something like bishop g4, and in case of knight e5 to play bishop e6, because there had been some ideas with queen b3, queen b6, and rook d8.
Queen b3, queen b6, but maybe c5 here is annoying, possibly.
Can be. I mean, I don't know. I just mean like that I have seen such ways of
I mean, for
putting
sure.
the pieces.
Something like this, maybe. Maybe I've got f4 here. I'm ready to go with b4. I mean, there are lots of lines.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, but bishop g4 definitely doesn't feel. I mean, I think this has to be critical, and you keep the pawn, right?
Yes.
And white just continues. Queen e2, bishop g4, and e5. Knight d5, and in typical Slav style, just
a4.
a4, just trying to weaken the structure. And now bishop f5.
Getting the exchange, why not?
He wants to play bishop d3. Maybe here, just so it's clear, also a6 doesn't work Firstly, because you can take, and take, that wins, but also does queen e4 do something bad here as well? Looks dangerous. Bishop e6, knight g5.
Yeah.
So that's why black played bishop f5 to be able to come in here. But Varmadan just says, I don't care. Takes, I'll go back. Queen d1. And now black doesn't take the exchange. Very interesting moment. So he doesn't take this. I'm assuming queen takes f1.
Yes.
Because if you take, now I can just take, and move my knight somewhere.
And get the rook. So this doesn't work.
Yeah.
The question is if you take on c3 and take on b5, but
Similar
then also
idea.
here you get the rook after knight g5.
Yeah, but
if
it's
you
a
want
little
that
bit
rook.
different. But I don't think the idea is actually to take, but rather, I'm sure,
To play first d6 and take later on.
just say that my bishop is actually really strong.
Yeah.
No, this could be very dangerous for black. Which is why Petrak, who seemingly is, very well prepared in this position, decides to just play e6 and consolidate. Varmadan now moves the rook because the tactics on d5 might not work. a5.
I wanted to say a5 is sometimes typical, but maybe in this regard, it's actually interesting.
Super interesting move. a5. Goodness me.
Okay, the idea is clear. Either I distract the b5 pawn and then I don't have a problem on the diagonal of the white's bishop on g2 forever. Or if you don't take en passant, then at least I have a safe square for my knight on b4. So the merits are obvious. And the knight on b4 is very annoying because of the c2 square. So
Right.
that's why a5 I like very much this move, because it's either like keeps the diagonal safe, or in exchange for a weak diagonal, he gets a very strong square on b4.
Right. No, this is a really interesting move.
So from this
very
regard, why not? Yeah.
Great move. Bishop d2. Okay. Well, he took. Took with the pawn, of course. cb5, and now we have this position. This looks like what's it called? That note boom variation, no?
Yes, but I mean, like here, even so, like black is a pawn up, he
Yes.
will lose the bishop on d3 with some exchange, because the next move actually already indicates it perfectly. Rook e3. You cannot play bishop h6 because I take on d3.
Yes.
So this is not working.
So
That's
rook e3.
Knight d1 is a plan. And
Big threat.
and
Knight e1 is a huge threat.
And if you play rook a6, or let's say rook a7 maybe is a bit more logical, like knight e1, I cannot really move because g4, I mean, depending if I want to provoke g4 or not. But in any case, I will capture on d3, claim to have the bishop pair and the better structure.
Looks, bishop takes e5.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
Pawn, but some dynamic compensations, even d5 here, a move like this could be very interesting at some point. But maybe it's, no, first bishop I know if bishop h6, you play bishop g7, I don't manage. But anyway, I play bishop g7 now. But then I have bishop e3, but I could have placed my rook on a6.
I mean, this is incredibly interesting.
So basically, rook a6 is a better move.
So you want to go rook a6?
Yes, because we saw that this Zwischenzug of bishop e3 might pay off at some point. And besides, we don't have to take on d3 immediately. We can prepare it so you cannot capture on e5.
True. Some queen f1 or queen b1 or something.
Yeah.
Right? No, this is an incredibly and knight c6. That move didn't look playable, but maybe it's the right way. Knight e1 and just rook c8 or something. Oops, sorry. Just to not get your pieces in weird positions.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. Also, like the knight on c6 could go to e7 and then maneuver it to d5 or f5 at some point.
But there's also just the same trick, but this time we can take with the knight, which is much better, no?
That's true.
Because knight c4 is coming next.
That's true, but okay, I don't think he will take on d3 as long as this is a threat.
Well, I think he will. He'll just prepare it. So, but now b4 is coming also. For example, queen b1, b4.
I think rather like not queen b1, but maybe bishop e1.
Bishop e1?
Yes, because after b4 I have queen a4, and this could be important. Because probably like queen d7 is a bit risky and queen e8 looks strange. But you have to decide what to do. Anyway, maybe we can also move to the next game.
Yeah, let's move to the next game, but very interesting. We'll just quickly stop in with Abdusattorov Michalik. Not too much going on. Quiet-ish game, slight space advantage for white. Problems for black to get his pieces fully. He's in a weird position where he would like this knight somewhere on the king side, but it's not easy to get it. Maybe knight e5 is coming also, because I don't think black really wants to take. So it looks like a slight advantage for Abdusattorov. Stochek against Niemann is a Queen's Indian. Well, a Nimzo Indian by transposition, and this old line with c5 and knight c6. And I think Niemann has got exactly the kind of position he wants. Stochek is a very dangerous player, though, with white.
Stochek is he's very dynamic. I didn't know.
Yeah, I think Stochek is a very dynamic player, but I think Hans will be kind of happy with the position because he has chances here. I mean,
he has chances for all results.
Yeah, he can play a game. It's not too dry. There's a lot going on, so I think Hans will be happy. And then Radcek against Kristanovsky, we have a very standard kind of bishop e5, g6 Sicilian. Really not much going on there either at the moment. This might be a good moment, Lizzie, for
to take a
break. Yeah. So we've had a look. Basically, some really, fascinating. Look, what I love is, so many super tournaments I've commented on, Lizzie, where we have 4 Italians on the board, right? Or 4 Berlins or whatever it is. Every single opening is different today. We've got really an exciting round. So we're going to go for a very short break, and we'll be back in just a moment for continued coverage of round 2 of this year's Prague Chess Festival. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everybody, and welcome back to round 2 of the Prague Chess Festival 2022. Got a
Hi.
great round in progress. 2 tournaments, if you've just joined us. We've got the Masters tournament. Excuse
you.
me. Oh, it's that hay fever season. We've got the Masters tournament and we've got the Challengers taking place, Lizzie. Some really interesting games today as well. Where should we go?
Bless you.
Sorry about this. I should have taken my anti-allergy pill. I will do that when I get a moment. Where should we go first? Should we go to David Anton? Surely. Oh, it's a draw.
Well, I told you. No, I mean, not I told you, but I told you that there is a chance for the perpetual
Yes.
in case he is not certain of the opening.
Yes. Yes, and that's exactly what happened. So he played knight d5 and he found a perpetual with d6, knight f4, king h7, check, and then check here. And you have to repeat because if you go king f8, you lose with black. So you have to repeat and it's a draw. So an unsuccessful attempt there. And that leaves the question, of course, that
I'm not sure this is so unsuccessful in certain terms because both players lost yesterday. So for them to make a draw is maybe not so bad from the psychological point of view.
perhaps, but I think David Antoni is a very ambitious player. He had a tough game yesterday. He has white today. I think he would have liked to have played a game, not just have a quick draw. And I think he was probably surprised by bishop c5.
That could be the case, yeah.
And by the way, if this is just a draw, then this whole line is no good for white. Instead of d takes e5, really, then it means that you're going to have to try bishop d3.
I doubt that this is like a forced draw, but I think you have to take really like deep engines to analyze it carefully. And I would bet, even though I have no idea about it, that if you check it with very good engines and very deeply, that at some point it will be like plus equal. That's my guess.
Okay.
But I'm not
so
sure. This is just like my guess.
I mean, this is, either, I'm not really sure. It's either it's for me, it's going to be a draw or nothing. And it could just dead this whole variation for white. I mean, really, it could be the case that bishop d3 has to be played to keep the game alive. Let's see. Not completely clear. Okay, where should we go next, Lizzie?
Well, I think we should go back to David Navarre.
David Navarre, okay.
For curiosity, but actually nothing happened but what we expected. No.
But so, it looks like a very standard King's Indian attack position. Both sides with their chances. White playing in the center on the king side, black on the queen side. White has done a very clever thing. David has left his knight on b1 because if it comes to c3, sometimes you get hit by b4. Also, sometimes you might get hit by this annoying move, knight d4. I remember this happening to me once.
Also, yes, this is true.
Very annoying move. Takes, and then suddenly this knight hasn't got a good square.
But going back to b1 and then getting to d2, and then you wonder maybe you can just bring the knight to d2 on the first place.
Well, exactly. And what I meant was that you have this typical King's Indian attack idea of, for example, let's say black played rook. Well, rook b8 might actually be a good move, but let's say bishop b7 is that the knight can often come to d2 and come round to g4 like this. This was the way that, again, I was educated in the King's Indian attack.
Maybe at this point also like good to mention for weaker players that now the move g5 is not the same with h4, h6 included. Because now we have an extra square for our knight on h2. And in terms of, okay, here actually it's already interesting, but probably I can
Just
I can take on c5 and have queen c4, which is one of the main differences. But
Here it's
despite
not so clear, actually.
here it's not so clear, but let's say I don't play knight e2, but I play something else, whatever, like a3, just to show it. I have some additional square with my knight. For example, you take, and you go bishop c1, g4, and now knight h2. And this is another difference, actually, which I have here in this position.
Yeah, it never feels like black can truly play g5 now with the inclusion of h4, h6. So that will be interesting to see how Win decides to play that one.
To play that one,
but
yes.
I take white every day in this position. I mean,
Okay, but you're an attacking player. You would take
I'm
white,
an
even so if some pawn is on h4 and c4, and you wouldn't care what's going on the other wing.
That's true. And actually, he just played knight b6.
Yes, he's putting pressure on David's c pawn.
Yeah, and I think really you're supposed to play b3 here.
Can't I play like knight a3 and just claim that anyway, I have to develop that knight and it's doing a good job there? Why not?
Yeah. Feels a little bit strange, but you might have a point. You might have a point.
But you are right, of course, we would like to have the knight on g4. I agree with you, but if this is difficult, it's a consideration, yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. Okay. So lots to develop. Now, in the Maksudlu game, really interesting is that we got this position, and he didn't play c5, which is extremely surprising because he allowed Lequan to go c5. Now, Maksudlu is basically saying, I've got something down the d file, but I don't see exactly what or how. Because if you take on c5, can I not just take?
And if I take on e5, you
Actually,
sacrifice the queen?
I could sacrifice the queen. It's not completely ridiculous. It doesn't work, but it's not completely. But if I go here,
Bishop d6?
yeah, and I wanted to sacrifice in exchange, but this looks, no, this is a bit too much. So c5, if it works, it works. And if it doesn't work, you're in trouble.
That's true.
Maybe you... Can you sacrifice the queen this way?
Looks at least a bit better because I keep my bishop alive, right?
Yes.
And if you play bishop g2, I have knight e3. If you play bishop e2, which makes more sense, maybe I can take on c4. And I claim that I have bishop takes e2 and rook d1 check.
And rook d1.
And then you take. Wait, no, Lawrence. You can also, like, after bishop takes d1, we can also take on c3. And if you take on c5, I take on d1 and there's a mate. No, I take on d1. You cannot take because it's a mate.
Oh, sorry. I take on d1. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay. That was a very long variation. But actually a relevant one, no?
Yes, because I think this is a point. Here it's not so easy what to do because I have a lot of dynamics and I have a very strong, I mean, can you take on c3? That's actually the question what this is about.
Ooh.
It's not yet over because I have...
I mean, any move. Knight d3?
Or knight g6. Because
I wanted to go knight d3 because I stop your queen coming back anywhere.
Yes, knight e3 makes sense. You cannot. No, I mean, queen c3 shouldn't work. It's too much.
No, I hate queen c3.
But if I don't play queen c3, and even if I take on e5 and the bishop takes, right? This pawn on c3 is keeping compensation forever.
This is real compensate. Rook d2, bishop d4 is coming.
No, I think this is too easy for black. So I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
point. The point is really to
Wow,
sacrifice the
c5
queen.
could be brilliant. C5 could be brilliant.
Can
so
I
what does
play-
it mean then?
I have to take on d7 perhaps and play d5.
Yeah, but I thought I looked at this, but now we have this pawn here anyways.
So you can even try to play c2 and just say like it takes the exchange.
Well, no, you can play c2, but you can also just do something as simple as bishop d4 here. And I felt like this was nowhere near enough counterplay for white compensation.
Then one more question. Let's go back.
Yes.
Can I take on c3 instead of taking something on c5?
Taking on c3 here.
Yeah. If you take on d4, I assume I take with the queen. And now
looks fine for black, no?
No, black
Maybe
is
you take
fine,
the
but maybe
rook.
it's a draw. I mean,
Yeah. Could be a draw. I'm not exactly sure how. But
bishop
it
takes
could be a draw.
up. Bishop takes e5.
Yes. It takes.
Bishop takes c4. Looks quite drawish to me. Maybe even better for white.
Better for white?
I have a pawn up.
No, you're not.
I don't have a pawn up. Okay, true. I didn't. I calculation
Isn't
was
this
never
just
my
better
best.
for black?
Well, you're on stalemate. You need at least one tempo. Not on stalemate. You're on back rank mate. Yes, but if I play rook d6, bishop c4, and I take, and I play, you have rook a4.
Yeah.
Okay, not that simple.
Yeah.
But I have, no, wait, Lawrence.
Okay.
Like, I will make the draw. I will play rook d7.
Rook d7.
And if you
Yes.
take on c4, I play rook a7 now. And this is how
Hey,
I
you'll make a draw, but you're gonna suffer.
This is true.
You're gonna suffer to make with my 4 versus 3. You're gonna suffer for long time.
This is, I mean, this I totally agree with. I play
Yeah.
h4, but
Yeah, whatever. I mean, yeah, I get it that you're gonna make a draw a lot of the time, but you're gonna suffer with me being able to keep this. So I'm not so sure.
yeah, no, but there must be something else. I mean, like rook d7 is of course an emergency approach, but maybe there's something better, and I don't even. I mean, it's not like that you take the pawn yet, right?
But I thought in this position after c takes d4, can you take with the rook? Or are you going to play knight takes e5?
I was afraid again that you would go for some sack, but maybe you're right. Because
knight
I can't.
e5?
I take on d8.
And now I have no special move, basically.
No. So
that
rook takes is actually interesting because now you're the one being pinned.
Exactly.
But on the other hand, you don't threat knight takes d7 or rook takes d7 in this moment. Because I can always recapture.
Right. So there's no actual threat here. So I can play queen e7 here or something.
You can even try g5 if you're.
Oh yeah.
If you want some fun.
But no,
now you can take with the bishop on g5.
Wow, yeah, I have that. But also I thought now maybe I can take here. No, queen d7 again, or what?
Yes, queen d7. You know, it's good that we are sacrificing for the players.
Yeah, I always like sacrificing them. No, but this is an absolutely critical moment in this game.
Yeah.
Really, really critical.
Yeah, it's hard to say, to be honest, how it is. But I think blacks should be fine by intuition.
Yeah, I feel like black should be fine here. I don't know. Again, intuitively feels good. Interestingly, just to quickly check out the Vallejo Hari Krishna game, he did go for bishop g4. What looks like they're playing very slow. I mean, goodness me, how long have they spent on these moves here? It must be a long time.
Yeah,
He
it's
spent a long
difficult.
time on bishop g4.
It's a difficult position for black, and probably
Yeah.
Harry realized how difficult it is, even though it
Yes.
doesn't look so difficult. But from the depth of the strategical point of view in this position, it's
Yes.
quite difficult.
Exactly. So bishop g4, h3. And now we were saying, he didn't want to take and he didn't want to treat. So he did put the bishop on h5. And Paco just dropped his bishop to a2 and said, okay, what is your next move? Also very interesting. Very unpleasant position for black somehow, I find this.
Yeah, I mean, I also prefer like white here. It's easier. And especially there's no risk. And the bishop on h5, as I told you, like it can be misplaced. Unless Harry is sure to push d5 at some point. Right?
Very unpleasant.
No, it was a very good choice by Paco, even though this
Yeah,
is not
great
his
choice.
style. But on the other hand, he doesn't have any issues for a long run.
Exactly.
Let's go
Okay.
to Shankland. It's anyway one
Yeah,
of
let's
the
go to
positional
Shankland, yeah.
challenging positions.
So we've just seen the move rook e2. So white is trying to establish a light squared bind and looks...
Yes, but I will never move my knight on f6 and your bishop on d3 will stay dead forever. Your idea to open up here is to play h4 at some point. I see a chance in that.
Maybe, yeah. Feels like black is very solid here, though, I have to say.
That's true. No, I mean, black is doing fine. I think it was a brilliant choice by Salom. Also, of course, like Salom knows that his luck is on his side. Kaiser is with him.
Yes.
Black also has a very easy plan because we can just double the rooks and put some pressure on d3. And if you play bishop c2, then it's not clear what you will do about the b2 pawn. So actually black, even so maybe white might have a small edge because of some more space or the outpost on e4, for black it's very easy to play it. And that's what I like about it, because time actually matters. And we saw it yesterday that time pressure can change a lot of things. So maybe we move further. What
Yeah,
do you
it's an interesting, not a lot can still happen there. I'm curious what will happen. One thing that has happened, just looking in the challenges section, is Peshak has drawn his game against Farmadam, and brilliant, because actually here we looked at this. He did go queen b1 and b4.
Yes.
And everything
got exchanged.
Came off.
Yes.
Yeah.
And probably at some point d5 was played and they exchanged everything. Yeah.
Great performance by black there, neutralizing this idea. Really.
But I liked a5 a lot this move. I'm not okay. I didn't check it with the engine, of course, but a5 looked like a really
a5
nice
was
move.
a really special move. Yeah. Yeah. This is a.
If this is the best move in the position, it could be.
I don't know.
Then he did really well.
Yes. Absolutely. Up
to Satarov. Jesus, I call him Nordibek. I think he has a small edge against Michalik, at least better space, even so I'm not sure this is really a small edge, but it looks like there's some space advantage.
Yes.
Right. But not something crucial.
Yes. Uh,
The more
how
I look
much
at
is this space advantage?
Actually, the more I look at the position, I even think that black is having, how to say, like white has a much more risky position. Because,
White is risking here?
well, positionally, yes.
Okay.
You have a d4 pawn, which is weak. And you have, I mean, by structural means, d4 is the weakness. I have the wrong bishop. And it could be that from the positional point of view, it's rather like black who may be very careful not to suffer here. Because if I exchange the rook and the queen, I will bring, for example, like my pawn to h5, my knight to f5, and I will hit you on d4 forever.
Yes.
Whereas as my pawns are all on white. So it's very, let's say it's, I mean, white has space advantage, but white needs to be very careful from the structural point of view, not to exchange too many pieces, especially exchanging queen and rooks is surely helping black.
Yes.
And I'm not sure how to prevent that.
It doesn't look like much for white here.
No, actually. It's not. I mean, white doesn't have advantage in my opinion.
Yeah, I can believe that.
So
the only thing is that, can you keep the rooks on here? For example, let's say I take,
and go rook b1, right?
Yeah, or I don't know how to do it. Maybe go like h4 first, try and gain some space. And when you go rook e8, go rook b1. And if you go knight e6, can I start doing stuff like queen a6?
Yes, this actually is, I mean, the b file is probably the best chance. In this case, I totally agree with you, yes.
Again, I don't know, but it feels like the space advantage should count for something, but I don't exactly know how to make the best of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think some slight pressure. Now, let's go to the Stochek-Niemann game because this suddenly blew up. We last saw it here. And Niemann, surprisingly, in my opinion, took on c4. I was looking at this for a while and I was thinking that this is a possibly...
Very risky.
Sorry?
A very risky business because you run into
very,
e4,
very risky.
right?
Very, very risky to take on c4.
But if I play now e4, which wasn't played in the game, but imagine I play e4.
E4 now?
Yes, then probably his intention was that after taking on d5, and now if you play e5, I have g5. In the worst case.
Very possibly, yeah. There's also, I know this move is going to look ridiculous. Can I do this?
If I take with the queen, you want to play g5 and...
Or g5, bishop g3, or even knight e4 immediately, I was looking at.
But am I not winning a piece if I take on d8?
Yeah, take on d8, I take on c3 check.
I take with the queen.
Takes.
And you have...
Wait, I'm no, I'm only a piece down, sorry, yeah?
But you have how many pawns?
Yeah, and
3.
I'm taking d5 next.
No, you have 4 pawns.
Yeah, I have a lot of pawns.
4.
Too many, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit too much, yeah. Yeah, probably, yes. That's why he took on e6. Also, it's interesting.
Yeah, but this is also makes a lot of sense because you can't go f equals queen g6 check.
Yes.
So d6, and now he played rook d1, which is extremely logical.
Yes, and then e4 is still not running away.
But I'm not sure he wants to put the pawn on e4. I think sometimes he just wants to go e3.
But my question is like, is e4 winning a piece? Otherwise, I would agree with you.
But there's always this tactic, no?
Well, here I think there's a difference because I have rook d8 check at the end.
You have rook d8, well, check. Yes, yes. But if I go g5, for example.
That makes sense. I take on c4, otherwise it will work, what you say. Yeah, this should be probably okay for black.
Looks fine for black.
Yeah.
No, I'm much more interested in going e3 here with white and keeping some control.
Yeah.
Because actually, this knight doesn't have many good places to go, no? Because if you go knight a5, bishop b5 check is crushing.
King f8?
Yeah, but for a pawn, I have infinite.
I wouldn't say that white is so much better here because I can play
Really?
Okay, I have a pawn up. I have a safe structure. You don't have anything killing.
Okay.
Unless you play a3 and you play that the bishop pair is making
Knight
a difference.
e4 might just be a winning idea soon.
Okay, after knight e4, I can still take g5 into account.
Oof.
Okay, but you're right. The bishop on b5 is a little bit funny. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I can agree that you're right.
I mean, I just wanted to keep things calm because you can't protect this knight. Bishop a6 runs into queen a4 check. Knight d6 looks also a bit strange. Now, for example, if I go knight e5.
Is knight d6 played or it was your suggestion?
No. It's my move. No, we have this position after rook b1. He hasn't even played queen e7 yet. I mean, I don't even know where the best move is for him here.
Okay, I'm a pawn up.
Yeah, but if you live in a mansion.
What is a mansion?
A big house.
Okay.
All right. And you have 5 bedrooms. You have 4 cars. Does it really make a difference if you have 3 jacuzzis or 2 jacuzzis? That's how I see this extra pawn.
That was a very good comparison. I will keep this in mind.
It's like you have an extra pawn, but so what? Does it change your life? And here, look, if there's one thing I know about chess, it's how to feel the initiative, and I feel the power here. As well. If I had this position with black, I would be absolutely horrified. I could never play like this with black.
Yes, but this you can see Hans can do it.
I mean, Hans can do it because Hans can do a lot of stuff, but goodness me, this position looks disgusting. I see all these white pieces flying into the game for a measly pawn.
Well, I would even take a bet on you that Hans is not going to lose his position.
Oh, I have to take that. I have to take that.
Because Hans likes chaos. He's a chaotic person. Like he's a very funny, creative, but also chaotic person.
He is a chaotic person.
So that's why this is his cup of tea.
So we'll say, when am I seeing you next?
Well, on the 17th.
Oh yeah, when you actually come here. Great. So we'll say lunch on the 17th.
Yes, lunch.
Lunch.
But I choose the place. We
got a lunch bet. That's great. I say Yuri Stochek is a very strong player, 25-70, plays these positions very well. I think he's going to beat Hans from this position.
I think we have to have breakfast because we stopped at 11 that day.
Okay, then a nice breakfast. There are plenty of nice breakfast places here.
Okay, deal.
All right. Now, what else is going on? Let's look at Vincent Keimer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy plays so slow. I look at this move.
Look at you. Come on, it's a genius move.
I mean, the guy is a genius, yeah.
I mean, let me try to understand that move.
Too much of an artist. I don't understand it.
Okay, wait. I will figure it out. There must be some depth behind that move. No, I tell you what is this move about. He wants to play d3 or d4 and rook c2. One option. Other option is Jesus, I mean, I really have to be creative here to find the options. I mean, it's something deep for sure about this move. Because, okay, we have to understand the following thing in this structure. Black doesn't want to play c5 because after d4, he will always suffer regarding the pawn on d5. That's why actually Black waits as long as he can to push c5, because after c5, d4, Reti gets what Reti wanted.
Pretty, did you say?
No, Reti. The
Oh,
system is called
Reti gets.
Reti.
Sorry,
I
I
mean,
thought
like
you
the
said
system,
pretty.
the Reti system is always like to play positionally against, like in the center, and the moments if c5 is pushed, Reti was happy because he played d4. So it could be that the move rook e2 is done to play d3 and rook c2 and slowly encourage Black to push c5.
Wow, that's so deep.
And this is like what it could be about. Because otherwise, if he doesn't play rook e2, he must play, or he could play something like d3. But why to play d3 if there's still a chance for Black at some point to push c5?
Right. Very deep.
There's another idea behind rook e2. Now you will be laughing. One idea could be I play queen f1, bishop h1, and queen h3. And then I could try to push g4 and g5.
I love it. So you want to go queen f1 first, bishop h1, queen h3?
It could be an idea.
It's not stupid.
It's not stupid, actually, because the queen on h3 with a combination of g5 could do somehow.
Yeah.
And the bishop on f1 is able to get to d3 and b1 as a maneuvering.
Stunning.
So now you like it, right? The move.
I love them. What can I say? I absolutely love them. I wish I could play such moves. I'm jealous.
But this could be, I mean, like either the idea is d3, rook c2, or the other idea, as I said, could be connected to queen f1, bishop h1, and queen h3. And especially after rook c8, there is no bishop c8 at some point to prophylactically prevent that. So maybe actually, for this reason, instead of rook c8, it could have been clever to either play g6 and do nothing, or to play knight c5 and knight e6.
But after knight c5, now maybe he goes d4.
Then I play knight d4 and I'm happy. This position
Really?
is wrong. And I bring my bishop to d6. I had this position with white. It's nothing.
Okay.
It's just nothing. It's easy to play for Black. Very easy
Really?
and comfortable position, yes. I never push c5. Yes, very sure.
I'm not so sure.
But
Maybe,
what do you want
though.
to do?
I want to play this,
Bishop d6.
and I want to play this.
And what?
And go here.
Yes, you can do that, of course. But queen e7. There's also at some point maybe knight takes f2 and queen takes e3.
Yeah,
but yeah,
and I
okay.
also. It's okay. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. C5, maybe. I don't know.
At some point, I can play a5 here as well.
Then I come back.
Bishop a6. I mean, this position, of course, is very like, let's say, I mean, I played it with white and with black, so I know that the let's say, the pros and the cons. But yeah, usually in these positions, black should be fine.
Okay.
But let's see in the next couple of moves what, I mean, after rook e2, rook c8, I think Vincent should show what he wanted.
Can I make another suggestion? Which is the move I originally thought might be possible, knight e1. I know it looks ridiculous to play like this, but
yes, but this is like another idea could be behind this move. Yes, to get the knight to f4.
Exactly. Crazy.
You see how flexible this move was.
I mean, this move is just so fantastic. I wonder if he did work on this move in this structure at home.
maybe if you have seen this idea in this position, then of course. But I mean, it's like once you play it, you can understand what are the merits. It's not like that this move has a disadvantage. The only disadvantage I can imagine could be at some point a5, bishop a6, but you don't want to give up voluntarily the square b5 yet.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I play d3, it's not like that you have issues.
Right. Very interesting stuff. Okay, where to go next? In the Magsudlu game, he did take on c3 and queen c7. I was also wondering about this. It's a very difficult move to play because you put your queen in the path of the bishop, but maybe it's okay. Maybe
yes, I mean,
just...
like since like c takes c4 looked also like really double-edged, queen c7. Okay, after knight g6, right?
Yeah.
I can, in the worst case, sacrifice the exchange by just taking with a pawn on d4.
Yeah.
And even if you move the queen, I don't care about the exchange. I have a very strong pawn. I have the bishops and I have the direct. Okay, here, no, wait. Here I play bishop g2. Otherwise, you play bishop b7 and you.
Bishop g2. I
have to.
But now I take.
Yes, but I mean, like, if you don't do it, I play bishop b7 after.
Yeah. That was my trick. Knight takes f8. I was going to play this position, so bishop b7.
So knight g6 for this reason just doesn't work.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
But on the other hand, it's very difficult to make a move now because you cannot move the d4 pawn.
D5 and if I take on d7?
Good question. No, I have to take back. Otherwise, f6 is...
Yeah, because this is a check.
No, but bishop takes d4 might work.
Bishop takes d4. I'm very, 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 very seriously contemplating this move.
C takes d4, queen takes d4, and bishop h6 after group d8, huh?
Well, no, I'm attacking your queen.
Okay.
No, this is just winning.
No, this is okay. So I have to take on d7.
Yeah, and now I was thinking, can I play this? Is this anything?
I mean, the other questions you could even try to take on c5. I know then
yeah, but he takes.
Yes, it's true. Okay, bishop e5 has to be played.
Also, queen takes a5 is actually a move here as well.
Yeah, but then after bishop takes c4, no, you can't.
Can't. So there's this and this. I mean, okay, let's say this. I don't know. Because my idea is if you take, I wanted to take here. Ah, no, you take on c3. Sorry. No, this is no good. If you can take here, it's fine for black.
Yes, but I said like it's always very trash in a way.
Okay, so maybe I have to take on a5. Bishop b7.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult one to assess because again bishop e5 just runs into the standard queen c6.
But maybe I shouldn't take on a5 for this reason. I think I'm the safest if I go bishop e5. No,
sorry,
I think I shouldn't take on a5 for this reason.
You don't think you should take on a5? Okay.
Nah. It looks somehow wrong. Bishop e5 looks better.
Okay, but cd4 is giving me trouble.
Bishop takes c4.
Bishop takes d4, and if I take
rook d4,
rook d4, something like queen e7.
Now I can take on a5.
Now you take on e4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think like maybe queen c7 is more
Oh
precise.
yeah, okay, let me go queen c7.
And then I go rook d1, and I claim that it will be fine. Worse by structure, better by file.
Feels like black should be fine here.
No, black has no issues, but also I think it's just a draw on the
Could
long
be.
run. c4, a4, a5 will fall, and we will play 4 against 4.
Could be.
So actually, like, Nara got his knight where you want it to be. It's on f1 now. And going towards g4. So he went the knight d1 route.
Yeah, he would say exactly. So he went b3.
Mm-hmm.
We last left it here, rook a7, knight d2. Rook a7 is very interesting to bring it to d7 as well.
Yes,
no?
this is a typical plan actually in the structures. It's not unusual.
Yes.
Yes,
yes,
knight
go on.
f1.
Tell me.
Yes, no, I just mean like that in general, like from the basic principles of attacking in the middle game. White puts his forces towards the king, black tries to put his forces in the center. So in any case, if you go too much right, then you might have a problem in the center. I mean, if you concentrate too much on the wing, let's say. So this position is nothing for white, I would say. It's not like anyhow an advantage. It's quite balanced.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting one. There are opportunities for both players in this position, as you said. Wow, Parham did go knight g6.
Seriously?
Wow. Why? How does that work?
What did we have here? We said we take on d4.
Yeah, cd4. What's the idea?
Maybe I can take on f8 now. This we didn't have.
You want to take on f8 here?
I think we didn't check. We checked. What did we
No,
check
but
here?
if I take on f8, sorry, take on f8, take on c3. Take on c7. And you're an exchange up. But I can play knight takes f8. And if you go bishop a5, c2.
And
Looks
then you have bishop
dangerous,
d2.
no?
Yes.
Looks incredibly dangerous.
But I have an exchange up and I lose the exchange back if in any case.
Yeah, but I'm worried about, well, maybe the c pawn doesn't quite queen.
Actually, c takes d4 was played, no?
Yeah, c takes d4 was played. So this is the position on the board.
And we said if the queen moves, then there's queen c6 coming.
Yes. I don't think you can move the queen. I think you have to take, maybe you can move the queen, but maybe
You have to move it to f3, but then there's bishop
no,
e7.
bishop e7.
Bishop takes c7. Still not over.
Oh, yeah, true. Weird position.
I'm happy that I don't have to figure that one out. Because even like if you move the queen, another very interesting question is what about e5?
Yes.
I just don't care about the exchange. I have two monster pawns in the center, and this is like compensation forever. So I think you have to take on f8. Wait.
Oh.
You have e5 here.
Wow.
You have rook takes t4. No, you don't.
What a crazy position suddenly. My goodness.
Let me see if I have some other Zwischenzug.
I mean, if e5 works, it's brilliant.
I mean, make rook takes d4, please.
Rook d4?
You cannot take on d4 because then I take the queen, you take mine and have knight d7 and knight f6. And I think I will be over the moon.
But I take here?
I take on f6 and have rook c1 and I'm better. You cannot take on d4. So that means you have to take on f8.
So I take on f8?
Yes, and now I need to trick.
Actually, this is a problem, no? No.
I was just wondering if there's a trick, but maybe you're right and there's no trick. What is the material?
Yeah. Black is only an exchange down.
But okay, if you take on d4, I always wait a second. Take on d4. I have one more move. You play knight takes f8. You threat mainly taking on f4, right?
Right.
But this is unfortunately. I mean, I was wondering if I can play bishop h3 or something, but nah, it's too much. Yes, right. So rook takes d4 doesn't work. So I'm really curious.
Well, it's so incredibly complicated. Let's what am I? Go to Shankland Saleh. Bishop c2 has just been played by Sam.
You can't take on b2 because of bishop a4, I suppose.
Maybe take first. Yeah. Pretty sure you can't take on b2.
Yes.
So the queen has to find a place. Probably b5 is actually interesting. b6. One of these moves looks interesting. Maybe queen b6.
Yeah, but I think this is just very equalish, in my opinion. Not much yet, unless you push at some point h4,
but he did a clever thing to put the king on f8 because now he can go g. Ah, no, knight takes f6 still. Have to.
Maybe he's planning to bring his king to e8, but there's bishop a4 always as a kind of pattern. No.
I think he just wants his king on f8 because knight takes f6 doesn't come with check, and sometimes that's useful. But again, I don't see a clear way for white to proceed here.
No, I think that's what I meant. Like, I don't see like how you can. I mean, you can try to get b4, c4, c5 in, but I think it's almost. I mean, maybe you can try with b3, c4, but it's a long road to mandolin, right? Actually, let's go back to Keimer, please, because I wanted to see what was his initial idea about rook e2. What was played? Rook c8, d3.
d3, and you're right. So you play d3, waiting for c5, and then d4. This is just beautiful. And he knows all of this stuff, and he's 18.
Okay, but the ready structure, once you study it, and this is like part of his repertoire, I think you know all the ideas about the ready, yes.
That's true. But a4 is, okay, so c4, a4.
Okay, against b5, which makes sense.
Yeah. Knight e4.
Okay, the question is like, if I take on e4, then of course I have to play something like knight e2, unless I have knight g5, but I doubt. And then the rook on e2 is actually not ideal.
Yeah, but
I take on b3. Or I play b5, I can play. True.
Still looks better for white.
Because you claim that the pawn on e4 is a weakness forever.
Yeah. I have a protected passed pawn.
Mm. Yeah.
Looks
But I have space advantage. But okay, you're right, actually, like from the structural point of view, it's but wait a second. I know I don't, I thought like I have a trick with knight c5 and d2, but I don't have actually. Yes, it's a little bit more convenient for white, I agree with you. But it's not like yet clear if Vincent will take on e4, even so it's standard.
yeah. I think he probably will take on e4, but yeah, maybe it's not so clear. Because he's got other moves here, right? Like knight d2 immediately is actually a move.
Yeah. So
very interesting strategic fight. Look at this position suddenly in Abdusattorov Michalek, and could be bad news for black.
he played b6. Maybe he was really worried about the b file.
Yeah. b6, queen c2, and optically this position looks very good for white, does it not?
Yes, I have a very easy threat. I want to take on b6 and on c6 and have a pawn up. If you take on
Yeah.
b5, I play c6, and you don't want to have such a monster pawn. And
Actually, this threat is almost impossible. Well, you can take on c5.
I think this is the only solution, no?
And I just take.
That's not so bad yet. 96.
96. You're not afraid of this.
Well, it's not like that I have an option or a choice, right? If I take on b6, you take with the pawn, and you claim that these pawns are game changers, right?
Game changers.
Yeah, I don't know how to call them, but
No,
game
they are
changers.
game changers. That's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to survive this position as black?
No, I think I have to take on c5. You take back.
Yeah.
I have to play 96. You play b6, and of course I don't take.
Do you want to go a6 or something?
Nah, a6 is also like not what I
You want to just do something else, but you need a move.
Queen e7, you claim you play rook e1?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. No, I can take
Oh,
on
queen
c5.
takes c5 you have, sorry.
Yes, maybe
even that is completely unclear, by the way.
And you would say that this is a killer move?
Could be a killer move. I've been known to give killer moves.
98. Killer defense.
Ah, solido.
Protecting the very important square e6 and aiming knight f7.
Bishop e3. Queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5 looks good.
I'm so close here. Imagine you survive this position.
That would be interesting indeed if I
Yeah.
can.
Knight d8.
Okay, but maybe like, okay, as I said, like rook e1 is not necessary. You can play something else.
Right. Yeah, that's also true. Rook e1 is totally not necessary.
But I don't see like a big cooperation.
So if rook e1, Still feels like this should be bad for black. Just intuitively.
Yes, but intuitively you're right. But on the other hand, your knight on f3 is not doing much.
Like even if I just go a5.
Okay. And if I take on c5 with a queen, you have bishop b4 at the end.
Well, at the end, I have at least bishop b4. I also just have bishop e3.
I wanted to anyway take one time on b6.
Okay, so, but if you take, I can take with the c.
No, I mean like after queen takes c5.
Ah, sorry. Here you mean, yeah. Take on b6. Oops. Yes.
You can take with a rook, actually. It's interesting.
I can
because
take with the rook,
c6 is hanging. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah.
It just feels, I mean, and that doesn't feel like the best variation either for white. That definitely doesn't feel optimal to me.
No, but you're right. I mean, like here, Peter needs to be very careful. Actually, people crying for Hans.
Actually, he took on b5.
And said like that he will block c6 pawn forever.
Well, looks like a thankless task. I don't like his position at all. Okay, Nordierbeck with a great chance. Now let's go to Hans Niemann. Let's have a look at this because this game also looked completely out of control. Rook d1, bishop d7. He does go e3 and he goes for this line, Lizzie, with knight e4. Look at this.
Yes, but you said that that Hans is in troubles, right? I bet on Hans.
Queen takes b4.
Well, he has not a big option, right?
And knight takes e4. He sacrificed the queen. Look at this. So he's a piece up, 2 pieces up, 3 pieces for the queen. Okay, I mean, knight d6 check. No?
No, bishop g3 could be interesting too.
Ah, bishop g3 as well.
Okay, I don't need the bishop so much on the diagonal anymore.
Yeah.
Because if queen c6, I have bishop b5.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, queen, yeah. That's cute.
Still, it's interesting because this, I think you don't survive with a king on f8. This is over. Here, Hans. Well, maybe Hans is even here alive. But
even
it looks
here
like,
he's alive.
huh?
Even here he is alive.
He seems like.
Wow. Wow.
But wait, actually, wait. We can also take with a rook on d7. So, I mean, okay, first bishop g3. Where you go with the queen? What are the options?
I have no idea. Not
Queen
many
c2
options.
is one option, and queen c6, in my opinion, is the other option. All the other options, I doubt.
Queen c2.
Yeah. Let's assume bishop d3, you take on a2 and you take material. That's what you should do when you think you're down.
Take on a2 and here?
Not sure, actually. Don't like it. I mean, for white. So let's not play bishop d3. But then we need a move. Bishop c4 we play.
Oh, wow. But
I know the knight is hanging, actually.
Sorry, yeah.
We come. Then you have to give it check, but not convinced either. Okay, maybe we go back and not bishop g3.
Okay.
Maybe we should play here bishop c4, but then you castle. So maybe knight d6 is the one to start with.
Yeah, so what is wrong with knight d6?
Nothing is wrong. You have to play king f8, only move.
King f8. Now.
If knight e5, you have to check on c3.
Yeah, so let's say I now play bishop c4.
Yes, bishop c4, like get the bishop to b3 and protect everything.
Yeah, and get castled. This is the way I would play this position.
b5.
b5? Yeah. I see what you want. You want to give this check, but I'm not sure how serious it is.
Not serious enough because you even have knight. If I play a short castle, I think you can resign. So I would even say that Hans is a bit in trouble.
Now, you can, if you want, buy out of the breakfast.
No, I don't
So
buy out. I still believe
you
in
can
once.
buy out for like a coffee. Just give me the coffee and we're good.
I don't buy out yet.
Actually, we had some moves. He did go bishop g3 and queen c2, so we're gonna see what's going on here.
But here
But
was
this
not so
is-
much. Okay, he can still play, of course.
Bishop d3 played.
And
So
if queen takes a2, he wants to play bishop c4, maybe?
maybe he just wants to go check here and castle and say, I'm going knight e5 next, bishop c4.
Still, I think that's not so much convincing, but I'm not sure.
This could be game of the day.
It will be, it is already game of the day, but
I mean, this is just so beautiful if he wins. But your right hands can still win this position. One bad move by white and
I mean, white needs to prove, even so, okay, he has 3 pieces, but he has plenty of pawns down.
yeah, exactly.
So, probably in the B tournament or the Challengers, the most exciting game.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything else spectacular happening?
I would suggest we actually go for another break very
Yes.
quickly. And that way we will catch the
Time trouble in the perfect
time
way.
trouble. Yeah. So
that
we
will
will
make
be
sense.
back in a few minutes when we'll be seeing the players in time trouble and a lot of exciting finishes in today's round. So see you very, very soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is round 2 of the Prague International Chess Festival. It's the Masters and Challengers this year. There are some side tournaments also going on, but we're focusing on these fantastic tournaments with some of the world's youngest, best players. In the Masters tournament, we've had one result so far, David Anton and Vidit making an interesting draw in a line of the Petrov, the 4 other games still ongoing. And in the Challengers section, Max Varmadam and Pechak have made a draw, and all the other games are still ongoing. And it looks as though if we go to the game between Stochek and Niemann, that Hans Niemann is maybe in some trouble here, Lizzie.
Light trouble. Not
Light
big
trouble.
enough to yet pay the lunch.
Not big. Oh, of course, right. Just so everybody knows as well, Lizzie and I have a lunch bet on this game, or breakfast bet. I said that I think Yuri is going to win. So let me ask you. So we have this position after Rook D8. If I attack your queen with Rook A1, where do you move?
Not many options. Maybe I try D5.
Queen D5, Bishop E4.
And you get more material.
I get more material.
Okay, then I should do queen. But if I play Queen B3,
Bishop C4.
Queen C3,
Bishop E5.
Queen C2. Maybe Queen C2 instantly. Maybe yeah, it's a better choice.
Queen C2 instantly, no? So Rook A1, Queen C2, no? No, you can't. You have to wait. You want to go Queen C2 here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also Rook FB1 is very. I know that the bishop is hanging, right?
Yes.
No, wait. Ah, yes, it's hanging.
This is also interesting if I attack your queen.
Queen C6.
Knight E5. Okay. And now I'm taking F7, right?
I'm happy that Hans is walking that out.
Exactly. Yeah, this is not, and if you have to go back all the way to H7, now it feels very bad. Somehow.
Yes,
but I don't see a knockout.
Well, there is some kind of tricks like knight takes F7. You take, I go bishop D3. And knight E5 check. I mean, like bishop. I mean, there's some pattern with knight bishop D3, knight F7, but probably it's fun. But knight E5 check, but probably not enough here to finish the game.
Knight G6, King E8. I don't know.
Rook C7. It's fun, but maybe not enough. I don't know.
There must be something better than this.
Yes, but anyway, it will be Rook A1. It will be interesting which route is Hans taking.
Yes.
Because he doesn't need to play Queen B3. He can play Queen D5 instantly and just give the rook and say like, okay, bad luck, but at least I get rid of the bishop pair.
Yeah. Yeah, this is probably the right way to go. Actually, is practical option. And if takes, what is the material here? So I have 2 rooks. Yeah, this isn't so bad for black. This is actually probably quite good. I go A5 next and no
well, quite good is a huge word because I don't have to allow you that, right?
That's right.
But maybe it's a bit nicer to play without the white's bishop. That's true.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll let Yuri decide that. Abdusaturov has just a crushing position against Michalik. Rook E6 next. Probably, because Queen B4. Oh, I thought I had a trick, but I don't.
You don't have the mate on D5. You have, well, knight G5 doesn't yet work.
Yeah, knight G5 I don't think works. Maybe if this doesn't work, then.
Yeah, but you can never. I mean, you can never really take on B5 because of Rook E7, right? Let's assume I just play rook e6 and h4.
Okay, let's say I go king g2.
No, h4. Why you need king g2? h4.
Okay, h4, and if I take, you're saying rook e7.
Yeah.
And if I take,
you just take everything. Knight g5.
just take, yeah.
g6.
G6, no worries.
You might be right. Okay.
Okay, let's go back. Let's see if we can be precise here. So
I don't need rook e6. What for? I play h4 immediately.
h4 first.
Yeah. Gives me very important tempo.
Okay, g6. Okay.
Queen g4.
Try this. You want to go h5? No. Still unpleasant for black, isn't it?
And knight h4.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant. No, it feels like this position should just be great for white.
Mm-hmm.
Pass c pawn, light squares, everything. This should be just great for white.
So we can maybe like move a little bit further.
Yes. Okay.
Like we can go back to David Navarra because I think a lot of things have changed.
Let's have a look at David Navarra because we've got a very interesting position. G6 on move 21. And one of those positions where it looks like white should be fine, but actually you can lose quite quickly here with white, or things can go wrong here with white, I find.
Yes, because the d4 square is in black's possession.
Exactly.
That is a good point.
Yeah, optically it looks quite good for white, but actually...
Nah, it might be just because you're triggered because of the space advantage you have.
Yeah,
but...
exactly.
Okay, let's say I play queen b2.
Queen d2?
B, Barry
b2.
2.
Okay, so you're hitting the knight. I don't quite get it.
I want to play knight d2 without the tempo on knight d4.
Okay. Could be a great move.
Also, like I indirectly pin like your bishop on b7 and the knight on c6. So the next, if you move the knight, I play knight d2. Maybe even knight g5, but this I have to understand if you can not exchange with the bishop, but knight d2 in any case. Because where you go with a knight?
It's a very awkward, it's a really, this could be a fantastic move.
It's very hard to find
like,
the place.
What is my move here?
That's the question.
It's a very difficult thing to... I can't even find one move. Because Queen A7,
go like two
Rook
moves
B1,
back?
no?
I'm just curious about something. Can you go 2 moves back?
Yeah.
Yes, no, not so many moves. Like after knight e, the moment he played knight e3, it was forced, yes. And now g6 was played.
Yeah.
Because after knight e3, actually, you really are ready for queen b2.
Mm-hmm.
And g6 was not yet a must, even so there is, of course, some hanging pawn on h5, but still it was not yet emergency.
Mm-hmm. But your move Queen b2, I'm looking at it and I don't see a
good
solution.
answer, right? I mean, of course, you can play knight c8 or queen a7. No, queen a7.
No, Queen a7, Rook b1.
Bishop d8 is not yet over, but it's not convenient.
My pieces are suddenly...
But no, wait, not bishop d8. I can play rook b8.
What?
Rook b8. You take on b6 and bishop a8.
Wow.
There are these tricks.
Wow.
Even though I'm not a tactic trend, I can see such things.
No, but this is a really important tactic actually to see. That's a big move.
Hmm.
Okay, so maybe it's nothing super special then, but or rugby.
Rook b1 is also interesting, but I wanted to at least get rid of knight d4 at some point might facilitate the position because you have to take. I take on g2, I take on d4, and everything is hanging. But even this might be at the end better for white.
But you can't take on g2 because I take with the knight, and then I take on b6.
Okay, agreed.
So you have to take on d4, and now I take on b6. And,
Yes.
now you still lose.
Yes, this doesn't work. No, rook b1, knight d4 doesn't work. The rook b1 is also like, actually, you know, it's some of these positions where black might be lost quickly.
Yeah, it's also true. Black could lose this position quickly as well. That's actually completely true. Yeah, very tough one. Let's go to the Magsudlu game because this is insane. I mean, we don't have. It looks as though actually here there was a chance for a repetition, and Magsudlu declined the repetition. So he could have made a draw because this is threatening mate, so you have to block it. But he decided to go here and continue, and this allowed Le Quang, who's an exchange down, to get his pawns rolling. Now, what is going on here?
You know, it would be funny if because of this declination of draw, which actually Schenkland also had in some way yesterday, again,
Yes.
reward Le Quang. Just imagine, like again, the player declined a draw against him, and again he took benefits. He takes benefits out of that.
Yeah. Incredible. But aren't you scared? I mean,
to be
white,
honest, I would have taken the draw, but okay, I'm 2,500 and I play 27, so.
But my point is that 95 knight f3 or 90 is a serious threat here for black. No.
No, the point is like it's this long times like initiative.
Rook AD1. What if I go 95 here? 95. He wants to go like. What does he want to do against this move?
Okay, yes, bishop c2 or something, no? But then knight f3.
Knight takes c4. Oh, okay. Yeah, knight e3.
No, knight f3 also is interesting, and queen a3 made
just knight f3, yeah.
That was not so clear yet, but also this is interesting.
But even just taking here, I mean, this looks horrible for white.
Actually, was it really like Parham who declined the draw in the repetition, or
I think that's a bit. I think that's a bit of inexperience, actually.
Can you just go back? I want to see like if it was like not the other one. Okay, it was queen a5, so queen c6 was played, queen d5, queen c7, queen b5.
Yeah, and he can repeat, and probably you have to make a draw.
Not sure. I can play queen d7, no?
But this is like the game, but slightly better version for white, no? Somehow.
Maybe a bit.
Still completely unclear. Yeah, but in the game, I mean, rook ad1.
Knight e5 is not yet played, no?
No. I mean, he's got other moves to consider here, I guess. What other moves can he consider?
Well, bishop e2, but to provoke d3, but this.
Which one?
Bishop e2.
You know, he might just be considering h5. Just to.
Okay, you have to be a little bit careful with bishop e3.
Really?
Okay, it's not yet threatening anything.
Carry on.
Queen c5.
I mean, in the worst case, I play d3. No, okay. Let's go here.
Yeah, but this is already like I achieved a little bit.
Also, I've got some bishop a4 here, maybe.
Rook takes d4, and I'm almost happy again.
You might just be happy here, huh?
Yeah, very happy. But 95 looks good, no?
Yeah. 95, bishop e2, but d3. No, this is completely out of control. It feels for white. It doesn't feel like
a bit too easy for black.
Yeah. Okay. I hate it for white.
Well, it's not. I mean, you want to have such positions with black.
Yeah. Well, he had the chance to repeat, so I think it was a very, very poor.
Okay, but we don't know 100%ly if Li Quan would have not declined himself by playing Queen.
Oh, that's well, probably because look, it went here. I mean, actually, this might already be 3 times.
This is 3 times, yeah.
It might already be 3 times. So he did. Li Quan was ready to make a draw, but very, very ambitious player, Parham. Let's see. Let's go to the Vallejo game, and it feels like things are okay for Hari Krishna. He managed to find a way to.
Yes, but he has a very bad bishop on h7.
He does have a bad bishop on h7.
He plays objectively with a piece down. I mean, in terms of activity.
But this knight is also, well.
If it gets to e3, this knight is huge.
That's true.
And it's not a long way to get there.
That is true.
No, here clearly I prefer white.
Okay.
But I mean, sometimes, you know, like what could be an idea of Harry is to play knight e7, f6 and bishop g8, and then bring the knight to b6 and have everything again under control. So rook e2 was played. So maybe here I should play knight e7, knight e3, and knight b6. And in the next move, we have at least f5 or even f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is actually possible, no?
Yeah, it should be fine. Shankland Salem, by the way, will end up in the draw. It's almost certain.
The Vincent Kmart position has got completely out of control.
It changed a lot, yeah. How did it? What happens against after rook e2 and knight e4? We saw, right?
Yeah. So rook he went knight d2. So he played the other move, which is to go here, and now he took, and he found e4.
No, e4 he has to play, otherwise he might be in trouble.
And h4. Now we see him playing dynamic chess. f5.
Changing the bishop.
I mean, he really had to
that the white squares are fine.
He really had to be sure about this, huh? But maybe he's got everything under control.
No, it's clever to change this bishop because objectively he has a good bishop against a bad bishop, and the d5 square can be his. And then actually it's black doing very fine. I mean, Kramer now he can take on e1. But probably, like, you know, after bishop takes g2, he
you
could
mean
take
here
on
after
e8,
bishop takes g2 to take on e8 here?
Makes maybe more sense because it will be harder for the queen to get to d5. But even here, I can, after knight f6, he has d5 move.
Ah, okay.
That's, but, you know, and here comes the but, I will play h6 in this moment. Not here, before.
Oh.
One day. Not one day, but no, h6.
Here?
Yeah. And then queen e4 after knight f3.
Yeah. it
Maybe
looks as
knight
though-
h3 should be played.
Yeah,
But,
knight h3 I like.
let's assume we play queen e4, queen
f3?
f3. Oh, you
Oh.
want to know f3? I don't think so.
No? Okay.
It's strange. You look too passive.
Really?
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
so. Queen e3, for example.
Queen e3,
Mm-hmm.
queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe not queen e3. Maybe queen d3. Then rook d1.
Queen d3.
No, but I will play
Yeah, and
queen
then knight
d5. I will
f4.
also queen. Okay, it's not so simple. Then I will not give the check. I will go knight f6. Knight f4. And I will play g5.
Wow. Okay, here I play Vincent style. F3. No, I don't. F3 I don't like. Knight d5.
Yes.
So
something
something
like
has
that.
gone a little bit wrong for Vincent, no?
I
It
think
feels.
it looks, at least at the first glance, it looks good for black, positionally speaking. But maybe dynamically, there's enough, more than enough counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
He took on
Yeah,
g. No, he didn't take yet. No, he took on g2. No.
He took on g2. King takes g2. So he didn't take back
Yes.
immediately.
But now I go knight f6. And if you take on e8, I might give a check on g5.
Yeah, I think Sashi Karan has done really well
Mm-hmm.
to get here. So Kmar not having the easiest of.
Okay, I can play rook e5.
Which one?
Now,
Rook
rook
e5.
e5, yes. And
That's actually a particularly good move, no?
could be a game changer. I mean, game changer not to be worse. h6,
Mm-hmm.
knight f3, and knight e4.
Strange position.
Still looks, somehow it looks good for black. But it could be the opposite.
Yeah, I like black here.
Mm.
I think Sashi Kiran has done very, very well. Yeah. Meanwhile, let's quickly check in with the Hans Niemann game because this could be game of the day. Oh, actually, Abdul Saturov has finished. Sorry, we have a result apparently.
But how does it happen? He
You
played
just went-
h4.
Yeah, you played your move.
Mm-hmm.
Queen f8, h5, squeezing, knight h4, like you said. Bishop d6, knight g6.
You can't
Look
take
at
your
this.
mate on h7.
Oh, this is so beautiful. Yeah, if takes, and mate.
Probably because you can't keep the g8 square under control.
Beautiful. So he played bishop b4, and now, oh, that's so nice.
Because
Just
of
check.
c7, yeah.
And c7. Beautiful game.
Well
Abdul
then,
Saturov. I think we probably really underestimated.
I mean, probably like he shouldn't have played p6. p6 was a horrible blunder. I don't think he's so bad if he plays not b6. Why to play b6?
Okay, so b6. Well, I think he was worried about this idea of takes and queen a6. Right?
But even if he takes on c6, can I just go like knight e6 and I take with the queen?
Queen, yeah.
Is that so bad? Because, okay, the knight on f3 is useless.
Yes.
You have queen b5 still?
Yes. But then you just go rook. Ah, no, rook f7 doesn't work. Sorry.
No, but I have an idea. After queen b5, I play g5.
Yeah. Another unclear position.
H3,
Right.
H5. I mean, I
can
have not a
take-
big choice. I take and play G4. We have a break. A guest is coming.
Huh?
A guest is coming. We will have a break.
Oh, we have a guest coming, do we? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay. I'm assuming that guest is Abdusaturov.
Could be.
So we will go for a very short break and almost certainly hear from the world rapid champion, the young Grandmaster Abdusaturov. We'll be right back.
So thank you for coming. We usually say in Czech Republic when someone plays Petrov, it's like a draw offer. What do you think about that?
Yeah, of course it's very solid opening. Yeah, it's of course it's very sound and very good. But yeah, it might become actually very sharp in some lines. Yeah, but overall it has good reputation of being very drawish line. Yeah, so the game went somewhat good for me from the opening. So I feel like he went wrong somewhere around after knight c3. I think knight c3 taking on c3 is a little bit inaccuracy, but after that maybe he played too passively, and I think the big mistake was when he played b6. This was, I think, a big mistake, allowing me to create a protect passed pawn. Yeah, this was very big mistake, I think.
Yeah, we saw that you create a huge pressure on him.
Yeah, yeah. So far, it's not bad, but could have been better. Yesterday I had very good chances, but I spoiled it. So yeah, looking forward to exciting games.
Yeah, thanks a lot and good luck.
Who are we? As a company hailing from Bohemia, it is easy to assume we are a glass company. After all, this is the tradition we are steeped in, as deep and mystical as the valleys of northern Czechia. And while it is true, it is incomplete. After years of audacious industry, of compelling collaborations, breathtaking installations, of iconic designs, of uninhibited art, the question of who we are is somehow answered in the body of work we have created around the world. We are not a glass company. We are a spatial company. Be that space professional, be it personal, be it stunning, be it subtle, awe-inspiring, mind-altering, extravagant, elegant, be it grand, be it humble. We believe space is a necessary luxury in this world, and no matter what shape or form it takes, a space should enable everyone to feel something sublime. So, as we broaden our horizons, as we challenge our assumptions, as we disrupt our industry, as we strive to bring something of lasting beauty into the world, we think about what a luxury is quite differently than other brands. And how we think about it is this: a luxury should not look down on anyone. It should lift everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is round 2 of the Prague International Chess Festival. We are in the middle of a very explosive round. A lot of interesting games still going on in all the sections, in fact. Lizzie, where would you like to go first?
For curiosity, I would like to go back to David Navarra to see what happened after he didn't play rook b1 on queen b2.
He didn't play rook b1 or queen b2, so
That's
maybe
interesting.
there was something there he didn't like. So he played bishop g5.
Which is also logical in terms of mating your opponent.
Rook d8 and g4. Very direct.
Yes.
Trying to get a knight. Yeah, and h4. This is a very clever move by Nguyen.
Yes.
Because
not
what he's
to-
saying is that, firstly, if you take, you might lose a pawn, or there's some knight d4. And he doesn't want to give the g4 square for the knight, which then can jump into f6.
I'm just curious now. I will check how good was a move rook queen b2.
Yeah,
Sorry, but
please.
this is actually like
Yeah,
really
yeah, yeah.
because here I think he has nothing.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
I
just-
really like h4. Yeah, it feels like black is doing just fine.
But you know, we are silly actually. Like queen b2, there's always knight b4.
Simply knight. Oh.
And rook b1 is more interesting, but then there's knight d7. So David was right.
Yeah, there was always knight d7 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
So we didn't miss. He didn't miss anything. But now it looks as though black is actually in a pretty good position here. No.
Well, I think it's still like around quite equalish. But you are right from the positional point of view. White should be a bit careful, but I think if you just exchange the pieces.
I'm not so convinced somehow.
Okay, let's say I take on d8.
Okay.
Take with the queen.
Probably.
Then I can take on h4 because e5
Yeah.
is not hanging. Ah, okay, knight f3 and queen f4, right?
Yeah.
Queen b2. What is queen b2 now?
You really want to play queen b2 today, huh?
Well, now I mean a3.
a3.
Take.
You want to take on f3 first, or?
No, I want to take on f3 just not to allow knight takes c4.
Okay.
And now.
f3.
And still you can go knight takes c4 and make it perpetual. You see we found it.
No, I'm not making a perpetual. I take and take.
Oops. Pity.
Uh,
I was already happy with the draw.
no.
Okay. Not so easy yet. I agree.
Okay. So this is okay. So it feels as though David Navarra is really not in good shape. What about Le Quang playing black against Parham?
Something happened. Something drastically changed. What happened?
Yeah, but it's bad for white, no?
Why?
I mean,
I'm still in exchange
your
up.
king. We're not getting mated because queen to h3, queen f1. Sorry. So queen h3, queen f1.
I think even black has to be careful here.
Queen h3, queen f1, and the trade of queens is obviously going to help black. Okay.
But this is still a draw, no? I mean, like queen h3, queen f1,
Queen h3,
I
queen
take.
f1.
I take on d1, I take on e3, I take on c4, and I claim a draw.
Yeah. Yes, that will be a draw.
And this is forced. But can you just go some few moves back? I was just curious what happened if 95 was played in the moment we no, yes, actually he played e4, 95.
He did go 95, yeah.
And here he went e3, which is also logical.
Yes.
Even though knight f3 was interesting, but maybe not enough.
So he didn't take on g2 here, which is because here check he wants to go e4, I guess.
Yes.
Has
And
to
here
be
not
that.
sure this is enough compensation because you cannot take on c4 as rook c1.
What?
You cannot take now on c4 the pawn. Not with this one. I thought like with the queen, I want to keep my knight where it was.
So, right.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
My only question is like, do I have to play e3 or can I play knight f3 check and claim that this pawn on f3 is a game changer? No. Knight
I hear
f3.
you mean.
take, king h1, queen h3, rook g1, and rook h6 or rook h5. Okay, no, here's no mate. Not in a long time. The rook is misplaced and you have a back rank issue. Okay, this
Yeah.
doesn't work. So then he's right to play what he did.
And now he goes bishop back to b7, but this allows e4.
Seriously? He's playing for a win?
I mean,
he
bishop
really play
b7
bishop
is a
b7?
strange move to me. I mean, unless there's an issue with e4, which there could be.
What issue?
I mean, I would play e4 quite quickly.
I would even be happy after e4, but why I
Yeah.
couldn't just go for the ending? I mean,
Maybe
we missed something.
maybe there was something.
I mean, there's
something-
only after queen h3, there's also rook e2.
No, but this looks very strange.
I take, no, but okay, I'm remaining with a pawn down. If I take it.
Yeah, queen h3 isn't the move though. I don't think.
And if I take on d1 after rook takes d1, I also cannot move. But I can play queen g4 here. And why I should be in trouble? Rook f1, let's assume. I take on e3. And I take on c4, and I still make a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. After rook queen takes c4, I can play rook c1.
Oof. Well.
Yeah, okay, maybe not.
No, but it definitely feels. Wow, what? The bishop is still on f3, or what's going on? Sorry, he didn't play bishop b7.
I would have been surprised. No, but
Yeah,
he didn't
sorry,
do
bishop
any move
b7
actually.
looks
He's still
crazy.
thinking.
It appeared on this board here, and that's very strange. Okay, so but still work for Liquan to do. It's not at all clear where the win is. Have things improved for Hari Krishna? A little bit, maybe, but not really, right?
But he got his knight to b6. He listened to me.
Right. And if I just take with the pawn here and play c4,
Yes.
c4, yeah.
I
he
play
takes with the
f5.
pawn.
I have to do something at some point.
You want to go f5 here, maybe?
I have to. I mean, maybe not now, but I should at some point do that.
Yeah, because you are going to give me the pawn, right? after
Okay,
f5,
but who
right?
cares about that pawn? I mean, maybe you don't even take and take on a5
But there's
immediately, but then
f4,
f4
no?
can be annoying, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
this
to
should
show
give me queen
something
e5.
like-
No?
sorry, queen e5. That's a mega pin.
It's maybe easier. I don't know.
You know, this is the correct move. And g5.
I made a draw, actually. Liquan made a draw.
Draw?
But you know, I just checking that in this position, well, it's a draw because we saw many ways to make a draw. Like, because we saw at least two lines with queen h3 to make a draw, right?
Yes.
So, but apparently, like queen g4, I just checked it from the other live stream, is a game changer.
Here?
Yes, queen g4 is very strong. Don't ask me why, but
Okay, rook c1.
well, rook c1 apparently doesn't work because now there must be some difference, but don't ask me why. Because I thought like if bishop e4, then actually there is queen e2. But yeah, here bishop e5 wins again.
Bishop e5.
Yeah. No, I was just now
looking-
like, sorry for that, but I was just checking now because
Oh,
okay,
I
the game
see.
is
No.
over.
But this is fantastic if queen g4 is the move.
I mean, bishop c1 is the only defense after queen g4.
Bishop c1.
Yeah, only move. Or queen f1 apparently also should work.
And it's saying that black is better, or what's
Yes,
the...
because we always have this bishop e5 idea. I mean, queen f1 apparently is the best move, but also here bishop e5, and this is a problem.
Goodness me.
But okay.
Okay. I mean, it's very tough, but if he's
But it's
really
hard to
made a
see
draw-
because you think about queen h3, you think about bishop takes c1, but you may not think about the idea of queen g4 and bishop e5.
But how do you know they've made a draw? Is my next
It's
question.
written on chess24, unless this is also
No,
like.
but that's all. They have some errors with that sometimes. I find it difficult to believe a draw was agreed here. I don't. I just don't think that's probably happened. Basically.
Well, after queen d3, and if Makazutlu offered a draw after queen d3, it could happen because it's a clever
maybe,
move.
yeah, if
Because he saw
Makazutlu-
that there's already like two ways to make a draw.
That's true.
But yes, I don't know.
No, this is. This is.
We will not find out unless they tell
Yes,
us.
we'll see. Well, or if we see a move. Meanwhile, Hari Krishna has done something.
I guess it's coming to us for an interview.
Who is coming?
Maybe it's one of them.
Okay, let's see. Okay, well, we'll go for a quick break. We are going to have some guests on the live stream, which I'm looking forward to. We'll be right back. All right, we are back and we are joined by two warriors. We have Parham Maksudlu and Liam Kwang. Now, guys, it was an interesting moment to end the game, especially when we thought there would be this repetition with Queen D5, Queen A5. Parham, you decided to play on.
I
now,
think
obviously-
it was not a great choice to play this position with such a long time. I think I should have just make a draw there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I was
agree.
very
He
surprised.
was low on time, and I was happy to see that he decided to play.
Yeah, we could look at the whole. I mean, the game is incredibly rich from the very. You could analyze this game for 3 hours. It was a very, very fun game to watch.
But at
But-
the very end, actually, there is a question we have for you.
Yeah, so we'll come to that in a minute because Liam, it seems as well. It seems that you missed some chances for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that I should have something better, but I still couldn't figure out what I missed.
Yeah,
Could you maybe
let's
explain
go.
us the idea of Queen C1 in the early stage?
Yeah,
What
let's
is the
talk about Queen
subtleties?
C1 very quickly.
What is the benefit of Queen C1 over Queen C2, which is one of the main lines?
I think Queen C1 gives more options to white in this C5 line because after castle, black can play c5, and this line played many time in top levels, and it gives good play to black. But here, if you play queen c1, then c5 is not a good move. So I just wanted to avoid it.
Okay.
Right.
And if you play bishop e7, it's like a normal bishop before bishop e7 check, but with the pawn on a5, which gives uh, more options to white.
Right. And also you have this option when we get to this position that c takes b3 doesn't attack the queen,
Yes.
right, in a lot of positions. So
I was
this
wondering
move-
at this point about this move, bishop b4.
okay.
I think here I just
e5, yeah?
yeah, I think no, I think bc4.
Oh, you wanted to sack the
I
pawn?
wanted to sack the pawn. I think this position is just very dangerous for black after queen e3, and yeah,
Back.
and then knight f6, bishop d6, and
Hmm.
rook e8, knight e5. I think this is very dangerous for black.
Yes.
Like everything is in well placed, and only for one pawn.
Okay, but I play b5.
Here,
Yeah, I try to get the d5 square.
bishop g2 maybe.
Queen b6.
There's still many options like rook b1 or
Yeah, it's a complicated position.
yeah,
for
very
sure.
complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, I just evaluated a bit better for me. But okay, I was sure that he will play b4 because he will play many games and I know his style, so I just not afraid of anything else.
How long
Yeah,
is
and then
your
we went.
preparation going? Sorry.
I think
this
here
is-
after e take f6, bishop f6, it is much better for white. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong,
Here
but
we were looking at c5 immediately.
c5 is just afraid of bishop f1 and
Yes,
probably king f1, yes, bishop e7, and
yes.
and then knight f6.
Yeah, but
I think
is this
white scores are very weak. I was not sure to play this position because I was afraid that maybe I can be worse.
okay.
On the white squares, yes, there's a point.
Yeah, in the game I was also concerned about this line. I thought this is an interesting
And
triangle.
my point was this bishop on a6 is like very stupid bishop. Like I should use my advantage of this bishop, and I shouldn't change this bishop. So that's why I didn't play c5. Okay, and knight e5. I was not sure. Maybe I have many better options. Uh,
Bishop d6, you have maybe no?
Yeah,
yeah,
d6.
bishop d6 is good option. Also g4, very interesting.
G4 just to push the bishop back.
Yeah,
Wait, what about c5?
c5, uh, g5,
Bishop d4.
take, take,
e5 maybe.
take.
Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. This doesn't work. No, not e5, but maybe queen is. No,
Queen.
it doesn't work.
I don't know, but this position also looked interesting to me, but I thought that maybe it's too risky to play it. And also, Lee is very
Maybe I can
dynamic
play G6
player, so
also.
I didn't want to give weakness. So
So-
here, bishop d6
Yeah.
looks very interesting. I think it's the best move.
Yeah. Well, you
Um,
played 95 and then he played c5, which I think is a good move.
Yeah,
And-
c5, and it is very annoying because after dc5, knight e5, rook
Yes.
d8, rook f d8, queens. Okay, here rook b1 maybe my only move to play, but still very good compensation for black.
Yeah, we saw that and we liked it for black.
Yeah,
Yeah, I thought at least knight f3, knight d2 should be
yeah.
safer.
Also, I mean, this was just nothing for me, so I decided to play queen c3.
Yeah, queen c3, which is probably.
But queen c7 was very good move. Like it is
Yeah,
very
Yes.
important
very
move.
strong.
I think any other moves gives very good advantage to me.
Yes.
I think it's only move.
Yeah.
Queen c7. I just
Yeah, it looks ridiculous to put the queen on the
Ridiculously
same diagonal. But
yeah. I mean, knight f7 is not working because of
right,
cd4. Yes.
d5, yeah.
Yes, knight f7 is not working because after cd4, here if I play rook d4,
d5.
the queen c5, just
Yeah, okay,
like
queen c5.
everything is
Yeah,
hanging
that's-
and nothing working for me. So I was considering maybe queen after. Yeah, okay. I think knight f7 is not working because of cd4, and I didn't see any other move. Knight d7. The problem is queen d7, queen a5, and bishop b7.
Bishop b7, yeah.
Queen c6 is coming. It's
Mhm.
very
Yeah.
dangerous.
No, but you can play bishop e5, yeah.
Here,
After queen d7, yeah, bishop e5.
Yeah,
but
this
here
is what
bishop
we were looking
e5,
at.
Just a draw, I think. Because I can take cd,
cd,
bishop
bishop.
d4, bishop d4, rook d4.
This one we saw actually, and we assumed it could be
Queen
drawers.
c6, I guess.
Uh,
And bishop c2, queen c7,
yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
it's normal position. I think it's draw.
Mhm.
Mm.
So
This we were
No,
expecting.
what you play is much more interesting.
Yeah,
It's
but-
trying for win.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
this is extremely interesting.
I think knight g6 is the only move if I want to try for. Also queen e1 was very interesting.
But it's a transposition, no? CD, then you go knight g6 anyway.
Or here knight g4 was also possible.
But then queen c5,
Yes, knight f6,
knight f6,
bishop e5.
rook f8.
And it's good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, it's not.
No, knight g6 is good, I think.
Okay, knight
Then
g6.
queen a3 is very important move.
Queen a3 is. Yeah, but here I think you should play queen c6.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then bishop g2,
Yes. Queen c5.
queen c5.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the point is in this position when the bishop on g2, it's very good for you because you can take on c4. Queen c5, knight c5, knight f8, king f8, and I think it's okay for black.
Rook b1.
Rook b1. Yeah. I was looking at this position. Maybe e5.
Yeah, maybe this is playable too. Bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop d8. Or
Could be, yeah.
It can be
Mhm.
very dangerous also for white.
Right.
If you don't progress, then it starts to be
But I
dangerous.
don't think you can be worse here. Bishop e5.
Yeah, maybe.
Rook e1, maybe.
Maybe I'm not better
Mhm.
also.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
Okay, but you played e5.
yes, he played
and-
e5. Knight. I think knight f8
Only move.
Only move?
Sure.
and knight f8 is again only move. Bishop d2, bishop b7, queen a5, queen c6, queen d5.
And here, probably you should just make the draw.
Oh, I should just make a draw, yeah? If
Yeah.
queen b5, black is better.
Well, it looks as though in the game, if we go forward,
I think here bishop rook e1 was a very big mistake. Like bishop g2 is the move that I can still try for something.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried here. I think I have enough compensation. Take.
Yes,
c4.
take. Take on
Bishop
g2, king
c2.
g2, rook c4, and here queen a8 or rook dc1. Queen a8 may be more interesting.
h5.
Yeah, h5 and rook this or a4 maybe. Yeah? A4
Oh,
also.
yeah. Sorry, I should play rook a4.
Yeah, you should
first.
play rook
Yeah.
a4. Yeah. Rook a4 and here queen e4 or queen f3. I was not sure between these two moves.
And then h5.
Yes, h5 and rook dc1 with the idea queen c6.
Yeah, but I don't know. Knight g6.
It's still good, very good compensation for black. Queen c6, probably take
Queen
and
a7. I
e4.
can go queen a7.
Yeah, you can also go queen a7.
Because my king is.
No, but then
wait,
I
wait.
can play
Queen
queen
e8,
e8, rook
yeah?
c8. Yes.
Oh, wait, I still have knight e7.
Ah, okay.
But okay, let's say I take and go e4. Maybe I'm still fine.
Yeah, take e4, and this position should be okay for you.
Yeah, I think I should.
Because
go
the
to
point,
draw,
the
yeah.
point was rook c5 is not possible because of e3 maybe. Oh, but it's possible. So I can
From
play
knight e5, I can go knight e5.
with rook a5.
Rook c4. Oh, rook c1.
Rook c1. Still, it's
Something,
a bit
yeah.
tricky, but over the
Mm.
game, I was sure that you would make it work for black. I didn't feel good here. I was just regretting that I didn't make draw.
Yeah, because rook e1 suddenly here, e4, and already your position is
Terrible, yes?
No,
terrible, very
it was
dangerous.
never more
Yeah.
than -1.
Yeah,
really?
I felt that it should be -2 or something. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think
At least according to the weak engine on Chess24, it was never more than -1.
Yeah, here the thing is I had so many options here, I couldn't decide what to do. Like,
I
I
mean,
wanted to
here-
play all these moves, rook a8, knight h4.
Queen f5 and h5 was one of the lines suggested here by the computer instead of knight
Queen
e5.
f5, bishop g2.
Maybe
And then
h5.
h5 simply, because
Wow.
claiming
Uh-huh.
that you cannot do much.
I can't play queen a5 there.
I guess knight e5 is the problem.
Oh, okay.
It was
Yeah,
one of
it's-
the options.
it's very
which was-
dangerous.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Yeah, everything
the
is
final
hanging.
position is very interesting.
So this e3 is just a draw, right?
This is a draw, but actually, like queen d3 is according to the computer a blunder.
Queen d3 is a blunder?
Blunder, yes,
Queen
Why?
e3 is a blunder.
because there's queen g4, and this is very dangerous with the idea of bishop e5.
But I saw it. I play rook c1 or
Bishop
bishop
c5?
c1. Bishop c1 also.
Bishop c1 only move. Rook c1 you lose after bishop e5. It's game over. It's
I wanted to
+2.
play. Oh, king f2. You have rook c6, yes?
This
I
I,
wanted
don't
to
know.
play-
I have to check, but
Oh, maybe rook
Bishop.
c6, yeah?
Maybe bishop.
No, I just.
Oh, rook c6, yeah.
Yeah, rook c6. It's too many.
no. Bishop e4 is winning after king f2.
And queen e2?
Queen h3.
Queen e2 and queen h3,
King g1. Bishop,
Bishop
g3. Yeah,
g3.
yeah.
and then
Too many
bishop
pieces.
g3. It's +5 actually after
Yeah.
rook c1.
Ah, queen d3 was blunder.
So you have to play e4 as a best
Ah,
move,
yeah.
but
And bishop c1, what happens? I think I wanted to play bishop c1.
then bishop e5. But this is still like you will survive proper play.
How should I play now?
Bishop e5 and queen f1.
Wow.
What?
This is queen
Bishop
f1.
g3?
H3 is?
Oh, wow.
g3 and rook takes d4.
Rook d. Wow.
Oh, rook d4.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But this is crazy, of course. But I
But
just
bishop f4 check? I don't understand.
bishop
Yeah,
f4
king f2.
check. You
King
can.
f2. So
You have to white wins, yeah.
You have
Yeah.
king
Yeah,
f2.
white wins. Yeah, here white wins.
But this is like it would
No,
have
here I
been
can
with your
still play
time.
queen g6.
Yeah.
I still find it
And
broke.
yes, good for you.
With your time on the clock after queen g4.
Yeah, I should have
Some
fired queen
party,
g4, but here
I think he didn't see queen d3 at all. So after I played queen d3 and offered draw, he was just shocked and he thought that he lost his advantage already. So that's why he accepted draw.
It was
yeah,
a
for
good
some
move
reason
for
I
you
didn't
to
consider
do it.
queen d3. I only considered e4 instead of queen d3. Is that the best move?
When?
Yeah,
Instead of queen d3.
he mentioned
e4.
E4,
yeah,
yeah, E4.
E4.
Yeah, I thought that was the only move.
and d3
And
and,
then E3.
bishop e3, yes?
This I haven't checked. I just know that it was. I mean, like that queen d3 was disliked. e4, and if here queen g4 still is one option.
Queen g4.
d3, then there's bishop e3, and you're over the hill or whatever you say in English.
Okay, I'm saving here. But
Queen g4. Yeah, I missed that
Well,
bishop e5 idea completely.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's not easy
Incredible
to
idea.
see.
yeah, bishop. I saw the idea. I just thought that after bishop c1 I can hold, but yeah, probably it's very dangerous. Queen f1. Yeah, all these moves are very difficult to find. I think knight c4 was his best option instead of e3, yes?
yeah. Also, I thought about that. He could just take. That
Yeah,
was
knight c4, queen b4, and then e3.
also.
Because here I should play f, take it. Or maybe bishop c6 also possible there.
Yeah,
But-
bishop c6.
But bishop c6, the point is you take it in the queen, and then you have
F8,
knight e5.
knight e5, yeah.
Yes, I didn't want to allow this.
e4.
Yeah, e4 probably is still white is holding. but
Yeah, but it looks bad. I mean, probably not too bad.
yes, it's probably not so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, guys, thank
Yes.
you so much. What an interesting fight, and you know, we're looking forward to seeing more chess like this. This was a really
Okay.
fun game.
Yeah,
So
you will
Okay.
see from both of us.
yes, thank you so much, and
Thank
good
you.
luck
Okay.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye,
in the
guys.
next games. All right, we'll go for a very
So thank you for coming. For the most of the time, the game seemed to be equal. What do you think was the most critical moment of the game?
Well, yes, I mean, it was of course a very slow game with Italian, and it's always a little bit boring, let's say, but it's a positional game, and nowadays it's very hard to win against a strong opponent. They always find chances. I think I had some kind of little bit of control, and I could press, but then he found some really nice ideas with knight d7, knight b6. I missed one little trick that he had after knight at b6. And that is the moment when I think I lost a little bit the control, and then I thought I'm not sure I'm even better anymore, because I thought before I was a little bit better. And then I thought, okay, well, we are low on time already, and my position is not clearly better at all, so I thought, well, he can draw it's fine.
Yeah. So maybe just one more question for people who try to learn Italian. What is the point to put a knight on b5?
Well, normally there is no point, but here he lost tempo with bishop a7. So once I put the knight on b5, I'm gonna win a tempo, and then the fight is always with his knight, because very often he can go knight b8 and c6 and push away my knight with c6, and I have to go back to knight a3. But always in these moments I need to think about d4. And then sometimes my knight can go to d6 when he plays c6, because I will take on e5, open the d file. So the knight on b5 usually is a bit strange. In fact, actually in the game it was funny, because he put his bishop on h5, and then at some point it was very interesting to bring back my knight from b5 to a3, then to, let's say, c4, d2, f1, g3. So it will take a lot of tempos, but on g3 is very good actually. But because especially if he had the bishop on h5. But yeah, I mean, this knight on b5 is a little bit strange, but I mean, if you know any better ideas, I'm happy to learn. Really, it's very complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your time and good luck.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are live. This is round 2 of the Prague Chess Festival, and incredibly, we had a just domino effect. Games finishing very quickly after each other. We didn't get a chance to look at all of them, but we'll do that now for you guys. Let's go to the Masters section first. Firstly, the game between David Navarra and Nguyen has finished in a draw. We last saw it around here where Nguyen played what looked like a good move, h4. There was a trade. He did take on h4, but he didn't take on g5 now. He played knight d4 instead, which is a clever sufficient, so killing the queen. The queen came over, there was a trade, and now this fantastic little tactic, knight takes c4, with the idea of queen d5 check. And after this, queen takes c4, the dust has settled, and all of a sudden it's actually white that needs to be very careful, which is why Navarra found the great concept, queen b8 check, king g7, and now knight takes g6. Lovely idea. Point is, king takes g6 runs into queen g8 mate. You're threatening check and mate, so you have to do something else. So you give the check, and now you take this pawn. Fantastic defensive vision by Nguyen.
Well, I mean, black could always take on g6 with a pawn and agree to the draw immediately if you wanted to.
And you can take with the pawn here, and then
and it's a draw immediately, yes. But
Yes.
Nguyen tried to win.
Nguyen tried to win. So he found this, check, takes, but you just win the knight back, and now there's a repetition, and there's nothing you can really do. In fact, Navarra now tried f4, with queen e4, and there was a repetition. Nothing to do. So nice save there by Nguyen. We already saw Magsudlu. Vallejo Bonds, Hare Krishna, also ended in a draw around here. Vallejo did win a pawn, but he didn't have more than that. His pieces are not very well placed. Black has got a bit more space now. And it looks like Black has got sufficient compensation. Francisco or Pentala were just not interested in playing anymore. Meaning the only game which is still going on is the game between Shankland and Salem, which objectively speaking looks completely fine for Black. He's just played b4. He's going to get the bishop round to d4. I see really close to 0 winning chances here for Sam. We'll see how much he wants to push. In the challengers section, very surprisingly, we had this crazy position with Kema and Krishna and Sashikiran, and it looked as though Sashikiran was doing just fine. Around here, it looks fine for Black, and something went horribly wrong for, I mean, Vincent Kema is, I mean, here, Lizzie, it looks like Black
fine.
is in full control.
Yes, it's, I mean, I can tell you where the mistake was. I checked.
Okay. So f4, so yeah, knight e3 is a threat. So f4 to stop that. The knight came back, and now the knight protected the queen. Okay.
And here it was needed to take on s3. And rook e8 is a blunder.
So takes,
And
takes,
this is draw, apparently.
This is a draw. How?
This
Why
I don't
isn't-
know. Don't ask me such things.
Maybe rook e8,
Yes, rook e8 probably is a move.
rook c6.
Here I can take on g3. I take on.
Well, also not so clear.
Bishop b4.
Ah, bishop b4. That's,
Maybe this is even dangerous for the other
yeah.
side.
This looks tough.
But
Ah,
this-
so rook
this was-
e8 here.
And
was a
rook
mistake.
c6 was blundered. And after rook c6, actually, like, it's huge trouble. Because now if you take on s3, the knight can recapture.
Right.
And suddenly everything is protected and everything is hanging. And rook c6
Right.
you shouldn't allow.
Right. And then after queen c, you're not just
And then the
simply
queen
knight
e6 was a final blunder because knight c4 is just winning the game.
right. Because suddenly he takes and just wins
Pawn
a
at
pawn,
pawn,
and there's some
yeah,
rook
yeah.
c8 at the end or something. Queen
It's 2
e6,
pawns,
queen
actually.
f5.
It's 2 pawns.
And now he's just threatening to come in, and
Mhm.
wow, and just like that, Vincent Kema is on 2 out of 2. Gaining points, doing well. Varmadam, we already saw Drew. We already saw Abdusattorov win. Yuri Stochek beat Hans Niemann in what must be game of the day. So let's see what happened here. So we were looking at rook a1, Lizzie, but bishop e4 immediately. a5 I like, but that is a killer.
Because if you take, then I take obviously on a8, and then the d7.
Or
is hanging.
d7 first, I don't know.
Or maybe knight e5 first. I don't know.
There's a lot of options here, huh?
It's very hard to choose from. Maybe even like knight e5, king e7, knight g6. But then king e8 is happening. And bishop h4 or something. But nah, no, this I don't think.
But what about just taking on d7 or taking on a8? I don't
I
know.
wanted to take on a8. But
Still looks, yeah, but there's a pin here. It's a bit awkward for black. Knight e5 is coming. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do here for black to save, but he didn't do that. He went bishop a4, and now white just took. And now the point is, if you go bishop takes d1, I have the Zwischenschach.
yes, and it's a bit
Knight
too much.
c6. So he took back, and now rook a1, hitting the queen and the bishop. Queen c4 and bishop g6 simply.
No, knight e5 is the threat.
And knight e5 is some kind of threat. Bishop c6, knight e5. And after queen e5, he took, and that was the end of the game.
Because of bishop
Because-
h4.
Bishop h4, and that's the idea of bishop g6 to stop
g5.
g5. And this is actually just a whole, yeah, this is going to be 1,000 pieces for the queen.
Bit
which
too
is
much
obviously
pieces, yeah.
Too many pieces. Beautiful game, Yuri
Mhm.
Stochek. By the way, let's not sleep on Tracek. He won today. This Krisanovsky struggling in the tournament. Tracek, very experienced grandmaster, wins what looks like a pretty decent technical effort. So it means that really the only game we have left is this one going on. Do you see any chances here for Sam? Lizzie?
Honestly, I would be surprised.
You would be
because-
surprised if he has some winning chances.
Yes, okay. This is the only claim he can do is that black's king is a bit unsafe. And that he has a square on d5.
Yes.
On the other hand, I have the square on d4, which is not so
Yes.
important, but I do have it.
Okay, bishop f3 just played. So if I now, so he's threatening this pawn theoretically.
Bishop c7.
Bishop c7 looks fairly standard.
It's not the only move, but maybe let's try that.
Looks completely fine. I just don't see where white is going to push here.
Okay, and the thing is like that if white cannot change the rooks, because then it's totally a draw, I think. The rook d3 will be answered, I think, by just rook d6. And what you should try to do is to get the queen on f5 and the bishop on e4, but I don't think you ever manage.
Even if you get that, it's sometimes not the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, getting
Even
that,
then I
he's
have
all-
king f8 and king e7, so it's not
Exactly.
the end of the world.
yeah, and as soon as this bishop gets here, you always have to worry about f2. No, this just has to be
Mhm.
a draw. And the question is how much Sam wants to push. And my guess is not very much because there's not.
Well, don't underestimate him. He was usually the one during the tournament in Weikanse who was trying to squeeze until the very top of the very
Yeah.
top could be squeezed out.
Yes, he does, but I think he does it in positions where he's got something to squeeze, and here I don't see where to squeeze. That's the problem because Black's king is safe. It's just really not much to work with.
That's true.
Yeah, I it's fine to try and squeeze when you can squeeze, but when you can't even squeeze, it's really tough.
No, I totally agree with you, but he will try for a while, I can tell you. But for how long, I'm not sure.
I don't know the time situation. I guess
This I can check.
doesn't really matter. I mean, it's move 46.
So I think they still have some fairly amount of time.
Yeah. But, you know, it's just. Even if the rooks come off the board, okay, he played b3.
Which means he does nothing.
Well, b3 is nothing. It's a passing move just to stabilize this pawn and maybe move your.
I mean,
other
of course,
piece.
for me or for black, it would be ideal to get, for example, the bishop to d4, which
Yeah.
I see is hard to realize, but it's a dream. And it's
Yeah.
good to dream.
Yes. But
let's assume something like rook a6.
Rook a6, but now if I go bishop d5.
Rook f6.
You just want to come back. Rook f3.
Okay, but if I exchange, what you want? Queen e7.
But we get your line where you've got no simple. Queen f6, bishop b6.
Bishop e6 anyway, yes. Bishop e4, queen d6.
It's very difficult to win this position. Check.
But you have nothing to attack, and you have to also be a little bit cautious about the pawn on f2.
I simply don't believe that white has got any real chances here. So Salem
makes a draw. Escapes again.
Probably.
Okay, today I don't think he was ever in danger, but still it's
okay. Well, while we have this game, which is not very good, we're going to have a guest come to us. So we'll go for a very short break. We'll be right back and with our esteemed guest. All right, we are back with the leader of the Challengers tournament, Vincent Kemar. Vincent, another win, a messy game somehow in the end. It was. It looked as though you were outplaying him, and then at some moment you lost a bit of control. It felt, and then something happened at the end. So you're going to have to show us, but. I'd like to just go to some of the key moments. And one of the first moments that really struck me, we have a normal-ish English double fianchetto, was this moment here with rook e2. Is this a move you had prepared? Is it just a concept you saw at home? Tell us about this, because I thought it was a wonderful move.
No, it was not preparation. I mean, I wasn't in preparation yet, but I mean, this whole kind of position with, and then playing rook e1, rook e2, I've done it like 10, 20 times. I think it's not like the first time that I've played this. And
Right.
I've also, quite many games I had this kind of position. Okay, maybe with bishop on d6 instead of f8, but like this pawn structure, double fianchetto against b6 and bishop b7. And then there's this idea which is interesting. I knew, so it's not like I came up with it during the game.
Okay. All right, and so is because it wasn't clear to me the main idea. I mean, you play d3, c5, and then go d4. We understood, but is there some other ideas as well? I mean, do you ever consider this maneuver as well?
No, I think then if I want knight on f4, I will go knight e2, knight f4. Yeah, I think that's
right.
the
You
way.
would just go direct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, it's
So I think it's
exactly-
d3, rook c2, and then knight e2. Yeah, that would be like the maneuver. But
Right.
of course, he didn't let me get there.
So he played c5, and you played d4, which I assume is correct here. C4, and now a4.
Yeah, okay. I think otherwise it's really dangerous for me. Yeah, I mean, if he gets b5, I can just lose like an idiot.
Okay, so knight e4 and
Yeah, I was thinking about
e2.
knight takes e4. Yeah, because it looked
Yeah.
interesting. d4, knight e2, and cb3, rook c8, queen c8, queen b3. I was planning on playing like this, but then I saw that there's knight f6. Yeah, I was not so sure anymore. Because of course, first of all, you think I can take on b6, but there's like bishop d5 or something, and somehow none of my pieces really move right now.
Actually, your
Although-
queen is.
Queen c2 doesn't look.
Yeah, okay, I have
Very
knight
nice.
b1. Yeah, this is I think only idea, but it looked just really suspicious. Yeah, so like rook e6, already a5 would be only square. I don't know, queen c4, bishop b4, all these ideas. I'm not saying anything works concretely. Yeah, I have queen d2 here. I didn't see a way how to refute it immediately, but it just didn't feel good. Yeah.
Okay. So that's why you went knight d2 immediately, and he took, and went b5 anyways. And
Yeah.
then you played the very principled way of taking an e4. I mean, this all looked very principled, and then suddenly.
Yeah, no, h4 was like no. I was surprised by bishop 8. I think it's a really good move,
Okay.
but I like didn't really think about it. I thought about more concrete ways, yeah, to equalize for black, like taking on e4 or bishop d5 or something. But like bishop e8, I didn't really spend that much time on. And suddenly I have the problem that just f5 is threatening, yeah. So I mean, this is like a pretty big problem. And I only later saw that, yeah, I have queen e1 here. Yeah, I think this should be the right move because I have
In
this.
this position here.
Yeah, because I have this nasty threat of bishop a5 and then queen e7, knight f6.
wow.
Yeah,
Oof.
and I didn't.
That's
Yeah, that's
so
like.
f5, bishop a5.
Yeah, and probably already lost. Yeah.
Queen e7, knight f6. That's very pretty.
Yeah, so okay, I played h4 and I saw this idea only after h6. Yeah, but of course here he went f5, and the problem was that I saw this queen d5 intermediate check idea, but only with knight on b6. And then it's no problem because I have queen h5 but knight on f6, this just doesn't work. Yeah, I think I'm just worse here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if I take on e8, there's queen d5, yeah?
Queen d5 check here.
And if
correct.
the same with knight on b6 would work for me because I have queen h5 in the end. But this way it's, yeah, just bad.
So here you
Yeah, I
just
can go back and
Sorry,
go,
h2, no?
yeah, okay, it doesn't matter, yeah? Yeah, just go queen h5. Yeah, and after
So
that
there
knight
was a-
f6. Okay. I was
there
just
was a
hoping that, yeah, he will be too low on time to like make anything out of the advantage. But okay, to win is of course. Okay, yeah, rook e5. I was happy to at least find this.
So how did you evaluate the position here?
Okay, I think it's clear that only black can ever be better, and maybe it's already bad for white. I don't know, yeah, but I'm certainly not having a good position here.
0.5 or something, or 0.6.
Yeah, but I mean,
Weak
okay.
engine.
Yeah, of course, bishop a5 is like not the move you really want to play, but yeah, after knight f3, you can just take on e5, yeah?
Right.
And then I have this problem with that knight e4 is coming with tempo if I take with the pawn. And, okay, yeah, I think this is just very bad. And if the same with bishop on a5, it's fine for me, yeah? So that's why I played this bishop
I
a5.
see. And that's why he went bishop d6.
Yeah.
Then, I see.
Yeah, I mean, okay, still, I felt like, certainly I'm the one who's fighting for, like, draw, yeah? Knight d2, queen e6, yeah. Yeah, I think f4 was, like, maybe annoying after here. I mean, knight e4 I was really happy to see, yeah? I think this is, here the reason he lost. I mean, I think it's not that bad for black after knight e4, but at least then it's very dangerous. Yeah, he was really low on time, I was also relatively low on time, but I mean, it's just about how the position feels, yeah? And here, I probably have to go d5 and hope that it will be a draw.
Just play it and hope. Yeah.
No, okay, I calculated some lines, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. Yeah, but knight e4, knight f1, and now, okay, suddenly at least f5 becomes weak. I'm getting control over d5 square, and it's not that easy anymore, yeah?
Absolutely, I like this move a lot. Queen d5, and now bishop e1.
Yeah, okay, I didn't really have a good square, yeah? I mean, e1 is also a
Yeah.
bad square, but I don't think I have any good square.
f4 looks logical, but now you have this move.
Yeah, but okay, I think it's more or less equal, yeah? Knight f6, rook c4. Just rook e8, I think, is big mistake. I think he has to take on f3, yeah? And then rook e8, and then I'm just like, okay, rook c1, fg3, fg3, bishop b4.
And it's equal according to the engine,
yeah,
actually.
I mean, I also can't really move. Yeah, so that's the thing. But yeah, it was really lucky, yeah, because the big difference is that rook e8, rook c6. I mean, otherwise I could even be worse if I don't have rook c6, yeah, but it's just for
Right.
rook c6, and after bishop b4 I have rook f6 now. This is the only reason why this
Oh,
works.
wow. Intakes. And yeah, you're
Yeah.
better in all.
Yeah, and also it's really fun, yeah, because first I thought, okay, after rook c6 he has queen takes d4. And you know, first move you think of is knight b3, yeah, just kick away the queen and take d6, but now it's queen a4. I didn't really see how I can win this, yeah, because e1 is still hanging. But I have queen b3 check and then knight f3, and I think this is just winning a piece. It's crazy. And just the queen has no squares to defend the bishop.
Incredible. Yeah. Yeah. In the middle of the board, and he can't protect the
Yeah,
bishop.
so I think after rook c6 I'm already better. Yeah, that was like the first time for quite a long time that I felt like, okay, now it's getting good. And also, I mean, he has to make quite a few moves already with the seconds, which is really convenient here. Yeah, I think now it should be lost, yeah. Queen e6, knight
After
c4.
knight c4. Yeah, and the position just collapsed very quickly.
Yeah, okay, I think you just need to know that after knight d5 there's queen f8, yeah, otherwise you might lose. But
Yes,
okay, that's not too difficult.
that's an important tactic. Yeah, and after queen e6, just here in d5, and he resigned here, or what happened?
Yeah, he played the move. I came back to the board, fought for like 1 minute, and he just resigned. Okay, I think it's like rather sad position. Yeah, I can, for example, just. I mean, okay, I was thinking about queen e6. I would, yeah, and like queen a7, rook c8. If I just want to be really solid, I'm 2 pawns up. King is safe. I don't think there's really anything you can play for here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Sometimes you have to win those kind of games to win tournaments. So you're on 2 out of 2. I think Abdusaturov is on 1.5.
Yeah, but I think he was more or less. I had also a good position yesterday. Yeah, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
He had the chance to win
And
it at some moment.
Stocek won a very nice game today against
Yeah,
Neiman.
I didn't know what was going on, but it looked really crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it
for
was
sure.
crazy. Racek won. So, okay, who do you play tomorrow?
I think Peshak with black.
Okay, Peshak showed a really interesting. I mean, he showed that he was really in shape today, in my opinion, in this game. He showed some very nice ideas. So that'll be a tough game. Thanks
Sure.
very much for coming and showing us that game. Well done. Really nice.
Thank you.
And see you hopefully again later in the tournament.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a very short break and then we'll come back with the last game of the round. See you in a moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. We've got one game left. That is the game between Shankland and Salem. And incredibly, actually, Lizzie, we were looking at this position here saying there's no chances. And instead of just, I don't know, playing a move like bishop b8 here, Salem decided to give up the pawn in order to basically get his bishop active. But I don't know if this was a very good decision. It certainly wasn't forced. So the question is this a good practical choice?
Well, the question is, can white improve?
Yeah, because now this rook is always sitting here. So it might be a very well calculated practical decision. Because, okay, rook d3, the queen can go... Actually, it doesn't have many squares.
A1.
A1, let's say. And what is white's next move?
Queen c2.
He played queen c1, probably the same thing.
No, he wants to keep an eye on c5.
Yeah.
Because if you want to like proceed, you should go now queen d2 actually.
Queen d2, but now I'm wondering, can I... Oh no, taking is... Oh no, this is...
It's not so easy to say with the ending as a draw. It should be draw, but it's not so, practically speaking, not sure I would do that.
Yeah, suddenly having this pawn on e5 was actually a useful pawn because the bishop can come to d4. I'm really not sure about giving it up. I don't think that was...
I wouldn't have done it.
No. Even, and I give up pawns every tournament, and I don't think I would have done it, actually.
You mean like, but you give up pawns in a different way?
Yeah, I give up pawns in the opening and in the middle game, but I don't think I would have given up a pawn like this. Seems like a very strange decision.
That's true.
Not a fan of it. So the question then is, what is white's absolute best move here?
Queen d2 and was played or not? I would play queen d2 and check.
You would play queen d2 here.
Yes.
Yeah, the point is b4 is also hanging, so I'm kind of forced to take. Because I don't think I can play something. This looks like I'm really going in the wrong direction.
It looks suspicious. Because at some point, maybe like I can prepare h4.
I just thought this move might be interesting.
But then I can take and play queen a7.
Yeah, I was looking at this, but we have more or less the same position, but maybe I can throw in check here.
King g8?
King g8, let's say bishop d5.
And
you want to take on f...
Yeah.
Can you take on f2?
Possibly, yes. Maybe I lose h6 pawn, but...
Yeah, because it can get dangerous for you. Like, for example, queen f6. And I'm going to play here next, no?
And you take the pawn on h6.
Yeah, so for example, bishop d4, I give check.
No, wait, bishop g7 I play.
Ah. Okay, so I'll take immediately. Queen e7.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably still enough for a draw, isn't it?
Okay, but I can offer the queen exchange.
Yeah. I mean, rook d6 isn't the only way here, but
I mean, queen a3 looks by intuition a little bit
Yeah,
strange.
intuitively looks really, really bad. So what if black does play the more rudimentary takes, and now rook f5 to try and get some dark square blockade on c5? But
Okay, if you play rook d5, I think this is easy draw, no?
really? Rook d5 here. Yeah, no, this you can't exchange the rooks.
Probably not. Even though I wouldn't bet on that, but it looks like I couldn't.
No, I wouldn't bet on it. You already lost one breakfast.
Let me lose what I want to lose.
So, okay. So, is this a draw? The answer probably is yes.
I mean, the engine would hold the draw. Let's put it this way.
Sure. Is Salem an engine? That's the question.
It could be.
He could be an engine.
It depends on the difficulty of the position, but objectively it's still draw, but it will be a long fought. And maybe at some point tiredness and time trouble can make or can be the game changer. It becomes my new favorite word.
Yes. It is your new favorite word. I can
You
see
can
that.
tell, right?
I can, yeah. Now, is there any other move apart from queen d2 that makes sense?
Actually, I see only queen d2 to improve, but maybe there's queen e5.
Yeah, that's what I
then-
was thinking. Queen e5.
But here you have queen c2, and I think you have nothing better than to come back.
Right. Right. Actually, no, you can't come back because f2 hangs.
No, queen e2, I said, to come back.
Yeah, but I take.
No, I can't come back. So then it would be a plunder.
Yeah, queen e5 is actually just a straight up blunder because of queen c2. Interestingly.
No, then I agree, yes.
That's incredible. Queen c2 winning for black.
No, but he
Incredible,
will not
no?
play queen e5.
No, he will not play queen e5. He is far too strong to make such blunders.
I think queen d2 will happen on the board.
Well, we're still waiting. Let's see. Any word from chat?
I can't check. No, I can check now because I've packed my battery. I will do that.
Okay. Let's
If
see.
I see
Anybody in
something-
chat want to ask us something while we wait for this? Because this could be a potentially very long game.
So I'm here back.
Seems as though a lot of people have checked out already, understandably, with just one game to go.
So I don't see anything in the chat, to be honest, but this is
Yeah,
because I
that's-
just switched.
Not so
on.
much in the chat at the moment. So seems as though things are a bit quiet. Now, how long does Sam have? That is the question. He does go for queen d2 in the end.
Yes, but okay, queen d2 is actually psychologically very difficult because you have to evaluate whether this is going to be draw or not if you exchange the queens. And this is actually very difficult to judge. But on the other hand, like to play a move like queen a3 doesn't make things easier.
Correct. So I think you're forced to take now. We could get a very long game here. Reminds me of the game I just had, 7 hours in Hamburg.
Let me see how much time these guys have, because this actually you can't see here, but this might be also like important.
But the problem is that you can make 1,000 moves here with white. That's the difference.
No, this is always, you can make 100,000. Okay, we can make 50 moves without anything. Just imagine like you make 50 moves and then you play in the move number 49, G4.
Well, that's what might happen. That's really something that could happen.
Actually, I'm just curious what they say. When was the sacrifice on the pawn? Let me see when it was. Yes, actually, like before bishop b6, the game was dead, 0-0. And after bishop b6, it's plus, okay, so it's like not a strong engine, it's plus 0.8.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I think Salem in this position is actually thinking about queen a1.
Queen a1 looks dangerous to me, but
he's probably thinking he might have better chances keeping the queens on.
But then if you play on take on b4, it's 2 pawns. Come on.
Yeah, but he needs something here. He's trying to make something work.
But what he can make work? I mean, like you cannot attack f2 because of c5. This is just 2 pawns for nothing. This is easily lost. I mean, not easily lost, but it is technically already lost. So he will never do that. I mean, this would be crazy to give a second pawn.
No tricks?
Don't think so.
No tricks. Yeah. Okay, he can't give the second pawn.
No, I think he should take on d2 and hope the best. But this is probably not what he wanted to do.
No. Because he could have had an extra pawn somewhere, and that makes a big difference.
How did you, by the way, finish in Hamburg?
I finished okay, 50%.
You were happy about that?
It was my first tournament back for a long time. I haven't played a tournament in a long time, so I can't be too unhappy. So yeah, but plenty to improve. Plenty to improve. Gain some points. What about you? What's going on? You've been over 25. What do you need, a norm, or what do you need?
Well, that's a difficult story, let's say.
Uh-oh.
One of my norms is, well, in doubt.
Right.
And that's
so in order to be really out of doubt, you just need one more norm.
Yes.
Okay. And where are you going to get that?
Yeah, well, if you don't play any tournaments, it's not so easy. I played the Olympiad, but even in the Olympiad, it's not like a guarantee, right? Okay, but
No.
we have the Grand Prix events. It's the second half of the year, and I'm qualified, so there are 3 more chances.
Okay. Well, you have many more chances, right? You can play some open tournaments. You can play some closed tournaments.
Yeah, even in the Spanish league last year, I had a very good chance because I was only winning the last game. If I win it, I would make it home.
When was
But
that?
It was Spanish league. It was October last year.
Okay. Hmm.
So yeah, you didn't take it on D2, right?
No.
The time for them. What is the time?
The time,
actually?
I'm not sure. Yeah, have a look if you
Yes,
will.
I'm looking because actually I forgot to check that and I wanted to check it. The time says they have 8 minutes against 7 minutes. So it's still plenty of time.
Okay. So queen d2 on the board. And we are waiting for queen takes d2.
Yes, it's a difficult choice because, okay, the thing is like that if white manages to get the king to d5, it's going to be a hard.
He played queen b1, so he does decide to keep the queens on the board.
Yes, you cannot take on b4, at least because d3 is hanging.
Right, because d3 is hanging. This is probably a decent try, actually.
But now, how about rook d6 now?
So what do you want to do now? Sorry, rook d6.
Rook d6. I mean, this is the only dangerous move. Was it played?
Okay, let me make a suggestion. Does this ever work? It probably doesn't, but
Can I
let
just
me-
take?
okay.
King e2. Did you find a kind of tricky trick to me? That's interesting.
I'm trying to trick you. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work, but it's interesting to trick you anyway.
Okay, but I mean, like, what to do? Like king d1?
Okay, I wanted to just give checks.
Queen c1 is the only move to
Yeah,
escape.
check.
No? And
Queen c2, I guess. I don't know.
and then queen c2, yeah, or king
Yeah,
e2.
queen c2, queen f3.
No,
check.
I mean, like, no, let me play king e2 actually.
King
don't have-
e2.
You don't have a check.
I have this check.
I rook d2
But
and
okay.
c5.
Queen a6. No, I
Okay,
mean, I
but this is
understand
not-
it's too much.
No, this
He
doesn't
played
work.
queen d1, Sam. So he's really trying to keep it tight. This is a clever move.
What happens after queen b2?
Queen b2.
Yes. Rook d2.
Repeat.
And then, okay, after rook d2, queen c3.
Yeah. No, he's trying to be annoying, Salim. Keep the queen on and be annoying. This is a clever idea.
But did he play something after queen d1 already? Or he's still thinking? No, he's still thinking.
He's still thinking after this. So, I mean, if he wants to keep the queens, then I think he should just go queen b2 here. Which he does.
Yes, he played queen b2. And now queen d2 is played, and after queen b1, he should do something else.
Yeah. So the
Like
question
rook
is
d6.
what, sorry, which one?
Rook d6.
Rook d6 now, yeah. So
Because the thing is like that, if you take, you cannot get back to the black squares, and you push c5, and this should end the game.
oh, you think rook d6 is just very strong here, do you?
Well, you cannot take on d6, that's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because after queen takes d6 and c5 is pushed, I mean, what you want to do?
Yeah, because you're hitting. Okay,
You
so
can play
that's
queen g6, however, maybe this is saving you. Take and queen g6.
queen g6.
No, I mean, immediately you take, because if
sorry.
this is working,
Take
then
queen g6.
actually, like, I may save the game, because sometimes you have, well, no, you can take on b4.
Oh yeah, I can take on b4.
So queen g6
No.
doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe you should do something like queen f5.
Queen f5.
And if you take on f6, I take with the
I can
queen.
still-
You
can
take
still
here, I
take.
play queen d4.
Queen e1. And try and hold with the dark squares. This could still randomly be a draw.
Could, yeah, but
Or some kind of,
chances
because-
at least.
yeah. Maybe you go bishop d5. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to go bishop d5 next. And
And then
b4.
b4, yes.
And c5. Or organize it in a better way. I have many ways to organize it.
But you know, like what you should have done, like maybe not queen d4, maybe. I mean, if I manage bishop d6 and queen d6, but even this is very passive.
Which one? Sorry, say that
Okay,
again.
but maybe queen b2 now. I play queen b2 now.
Queen b2.
Mm-hmm.
b4.
I missed that. Bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Yeah.
c5.
Bishop c3.
You're not afraid of my pawn or my counterplay. Queen e7. You want to take and go back to f6.
Can I go bishop d4?
Bishop back to d4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, let me bishop d4. Feels. Oh, did he play rook takes f3? Wow, he played my line. And rook takes b6. He wants none of it, Sam. This is a very practical decision, isn't it?
So they just repeated moves?
No.
Yes, I know, but I mean, like one time.
One time, got some time on the clock, and then this rook takes f3. So Salem was saying, I'm going to try this. It probably doesn't draw, but Sam said, I don't even want to calculate it. Let me just win this bishop and your pawn. And if I can consolidate, it's over. And by the way, it's just over. Because if you go queen e4, I go king h2. Rook takes b3. Wait.
It's not that simple yet.
Queen e4.
You have to go king h2.
Really?
Well, what else you want to do?
Yeah, okay, here. So this is the critical position. So I do have one move, no? Because there are no threats. Can I play this?
I think this is just winning. I mean, I don't think you can take on b3.
Yeah. But I think that's what we're going to get. I think we're going to get queen e4, king h2, I think he will take, and I think this is the
Maybe
dilemma.
rook d3 I can do.
Rook d3.
Not now, before
Ah,
I take on b3. Rook d3.
but now I have a check.
Yes, but okay, rook c.
No, now I take.
No, I don't. Okay, then I have to move like king h7.
Queen f6.
Ah, true.
Yeah. No, this is too much.
Wait, okay, once. Okay, queen e4.
Queen e4 on the board.
King h2. Rook takes b3. No,
Yeah,
rook.
I'm
I mean,
sure
no, rook.
Sam will go king h2 here.
So rook d3.
Rook d3 again.
Yes.
Okay.
Rook c3.
Yeah, and you want to go queen
Queen
d4.
d4.
Yeah, but you have no rook.
I have no checks.
Yeah, for example, I can go rook a4, threaten c5.
Mm.
Or rook a2 simply.
I wanted to
Oh.
have had some dream of rook take somewhere with a check.
No checks for you today, Lizzie.
No checks for me today.
King h2 on the board. And
Yes, it's just game over.
is Salem going to play rook takes b3 and allow queen d6?
It's incredible that he gave this pawn. I mean,
Incredible.
this is just incredible.
Such a big mistake. It's really insane. Really, really insane. Very surprising. Let's see. How long does Salem have? Probably not very long.
The time on the clock is, I guess, 3 minutes.
Yeah, a complete blow up by Salem. Just completely unnecessary to lose this position so quickly.
That's
Very,
true.
very rare for a 2700 grandmaster to play like this. Very, very, very rare. Let's see what he does. Hasn't got too many moves because white is threatening to just take on b4. So
Yes. But okay, maybe like Schenken got his luck back, which he didn't have yesterday. And
yeah,
and Salem, okay, he was even more lucky yesterday.
that's also true.
Strange fate, indeed.
Very. Okay, still thinking. Gonna have to make a decision very, very soon.
Yes, but okay, the
Very,
problem is
very
like it's very hard to take any good decision because I don't see
Hard
any.
to just even suggest a move here.
Yes, just 1 minute left.
1 minute, let's see.
He played
A
Queen
move has been
F5.
played. Queen f5.
Maybe clever
Okay.
choice.
But okay, white can just go queen d4 check. Number one, centralize the queen.
And then of
king
course
h7
and king g2.
and king g2. And if
Mhm.
rook d3, maybe you can even go rook f6 here. But you know, that actually might be very clean. In order to, yeah, if takes, I'm hitting the pawn and king g6, rook b5.
Yeah. Queen d4 was played.
Queen d4. Okay, king h7 only move. I mean, you can go f6, but
I would just go king g2.
yeah, just king g. He will go king h7, and Sam will play king g2. And the other point is, yeah, rook takes b3, rook f6, covering this square.
How about rook b8?
No, but there's well, rook b8. But you wanna. It's not mate yet, right? Yeah, you've got this check.
And then there's g4, which is,
Also nice. So a million ways to win here. And Salem is going to lose. A very, very
surprisingly.
very surprising, very disappointing game for Salem
Yes.
to lose. He's going to do something. He went f6. Okay, but he wants king g2, rook d3. So just a little bit of, so king g2. He's going to play rook d3, I believe. And has he still got rook takes f6? Does this tactic work?
Well, you can take on h3.
Yeah, but then the rook ending is completely winning for white.
That's true.
I don't even have to give up f2. He resigns here, of course.
Okay, rook d3 was played.
Rook d3 was played, was it?
Yes.
A rook b3 he played. He took on b3, but now you feel as though
Yeah, not a mate. Rook b7.
King g6.
Queen a7.
Queen f3. And it's just one check. I see. Yeah, check. Yeah, nice. Queen a7. And this is just one check. But you have to, but the king, so is there something cleaner here? Maybe this was the best try by Salem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So check, queen a7. Okay, so if queen f3, king h2, rook b2, you give check, king h5.
No, queen f7, mate. You have to go
Ah,
king
yeah.
f5.
Sorry, king f5 and queen d7. Yeah.
This should. You are more mate than the other.
Yeah. Yeah.
But at least like Sam has to calculate here.
Yeah, he has to calculate a little bit. But really, actually, there's not too much to calculate because queen f3 is threatening to win the rook. And he plays queen a7 quite quickly. It's not actually a very difficult task for somebody like Sam to.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you try and defend something with queen e6, check, like this.
Queen d4.
Queen d4 is a very nice move.
You know what is my idea? Queen h4 and g4 mate.
Oh, oh, let's put that on the board. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, that's really nice. Let's see what Salem goes with. No moves, basically.
Yes, he has.
I think he'll go h5, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
To go king h6. Now he gives the check first. King h2, and now maybe h5. So where's the win here? King h6. Okay, he's got no threat, so maybe just rook g8 or queen f7.
Queen f7 looks good.
Queen f7, queen f5?
Now maybe
Hold
then-
on. No, this is...
Maybe not the best. Queen takes h5.
Uh-huh.
Queen takes h5. Now.
What?
No, it doesn't work. It was just. Those
He
are
took
all-
on c4, but this is just mate. Should just be mate now. I was also thinking, can you play... No, sorry, I want to play something stupid. That's...
But how is
No.
it made?
Okay, so check.
King f5 has to be. No.
King f5, queen d7.
What happens after? King
That wins the
h5?
queen. Queen d7, queen e6, g4, and rook e7. So you have to go king
King h5.
h5. And now queen d7, threatening this.
Rook e3.
And queen d1 I have. Oh no, you have queen e2.
But maybe I play queen e7, not queen d7, then I don't have rook e3.
Queen e7.
Yes, because then the rook.
But I mean, if he sees rook e3, it's just unbelievable. But even this loses queen g4 check.
Yeah, okay. It was a try.
It was a great try. It was a great try. Yeah, queen d7, queen e7. Queen anywhere threatening mate.
Yes, I think everything works. But queen d7 or queen e7 both is good.
Yeah. Queen e7, yeah, it might be more precise. Queen c6 and queen e2 check, yeah. Yeah, it should just be over. And there is no other move apart from doing that, so you do just play that. So it's going to be a great day.
Sam got back his luck.
Yeah, Sam, yeah, I mean, for Salim to give up this pawn is incredibly strange. Queen e7 played, and I do expect resignation here.
Well, I don't see a defense.
Yeah, and a bad day at the office for Salim, really.
And this was so unnecessary.
Yeah, very unnecessary. And Sam will be very happy with the free point. So a lot of decisive results, as you would expect still today, but in the challenges more, Salem does resign. Navarra draw and win. Magsudlu should have lost against Le Quang Liem.
And it
Pons,
was
Hari
not so
Krishna
easy, no?
draw. Sam wins, and we had that early draw, Anton Vidit. In the challenges, we had Kemar Sashikiran with a good win for Vincent in a sloppy game. Varmadan Pichak draw. Abdusaturov wins against Michalik. Stochek with game of the day beating Hans Niemann. And Hracek beating Krasnovsky. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. You know, another fighting day, as we expect. Still a lot of huge errors, surprising errors, I would say, still. But they're warming up. Any last words, Lizzie, before we log out for the evening?
Well, I think like actually today we got some new insights of unusual moves. Like the game of Vidit was very interesting to be checked out for everybody who's interested about this opening. Queen c1 subtlety. I mean, like Paham didn't tell us why the line with c5 after queen c1 is not so successful, but it's something for sure I want to check out as
Yeah.
well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, very interesting openings today. Anton's game was interesting. A lot of games were interesting. Thank you all for joining us once again. We'll be back tomorrow for round 3. Same time, same place. Don't go anywhere. Till then, have a lovely evening. See you tomorrow. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
So congratulations for winning your game today. What was the course of the game?
Yeah, so it's always a bit unpleasant for black because he has this bad bishop on f6. It's very hard for me to actually make progress, but he has to just sort of sit and wait and can't really do anything active. So eventually when I got a4 through to make a weakness on b5, I mean, I still think probably even there it's defensible, but I think he did not need to give the pawn on e5 when he did. Even then it's probably still a draw, but after rook d6 it got very messy and I couldn't, at least I didn't see a defense for him, but it felt like every move was only move. At some point I thought after rook d3, queen c1 I had queen e5, but I think he saves himself with queen c2, bishop e2, and then only move bishop c7, which I was pretty annoyed when I saw. But I think he should definitely make a draw this game, but for me it's only fair because I also should not lose yesterday. I should make a draw that game as well. So it feels like now I have the score I deserve, even if the points came in ways I wasn't expecting.
And it was a very interesting opening. Was it a surprise for you? Or?
Well, of course not. I mean, the knight is his main weapon, and he's often playing this knight g4. I was a little surprised to see him go for this knight bd7 and knight f6, because I thought those positions after bishop e5, queen f3 were a bit uncomfortable for black, but I don't think I did a very convincing job of proving it. So it wasn't, I got my preparation, but it's not like I had a huge advantage or anything.
Yeah. So thanks a lot and good luck.